Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for waking up with us. It is Thursday, September 15th. I'm Megan Gillen. Let's check in with meteorologist Justin Chambers. He's got a look at our forecast. Good morning.
Good morning, Megan. Good morning, everybody. Taking a look at our forecast numbers here are not too bad this morning. Still a little bit on the chilly side as you make your way out early from our Towson camera. Everything is nice and calm. Overnight, we had a very pleasant evening last night. And numbers right now in the 50s and 60s. Cockeysville at 59. We're at 67 in Rosedale. 63 your temp currently in Baltimore City. So after another cool morning, we're on our way to a pleasant afternoon and then a warmer weekend ahead. Those numbers will start to creep up on the second half of the weekend. Your morning drive, low to mid 60s over the next couple of hours, staying sunny as well. We'll take a closer look at that full forecast in just a few minutes from right now. Meg?
All right, Justin, thank you. Out on the roads, we've got your Len Stoller Traffic Network. Our live cameras up in action and pretty light traffic out there right now. No major issues to report. 4:31, City State's Attorney Marilyn Mosby's federal trial delayed once again. The move comes as jury selection was slated to begin today. After Mosby's defense team missed the deadline to declare expert witnesses, federal prosecutors successfully argued they didn't have enough time to find their own experts. The charges surround the pandemic's impact on Mosby's travel business, which she says allowed her to withdraw money from her retirement account early without penalty. Defense attorney A. Scott Bolden is furious, saying Marilyn Mosby has been living with the indictment long enough.
I've talked about the business before, and the government has amnesia about it now. So in the interest of justice, Her Honor indicated that there was going to be a continuance. We vehemently opposed it. We're ready to go. And lastly, let's not forget my client is innocent as she stands here.
The trial was originally scheduled for May, but earlier this spring, the defense asked for a delay. The prosecution and defense will be back in court today to figure out a new timeline. Our Mackenzie Frost will be following those developments. We'll have the latest on air and online at foxbaltimore.com.
You trust the water from your faucet?
No, because of the corrosion in the city, the pipelines.
Concern lingers even after Baltimore's water supply in West Baltimore is deemed safe from E. coli. But residents still don't trust the system. Many asked for more bottled water. But DPW stopped sharing the water Friday when the boil water advisory was lifted. The pallets of water that we saw Tuesday are now back in storage. But the fear of what comes from the tap is still very real for those in the original impact area.
They got the water just sitting there. Why the people can't get water?
I would like for the mayor to drink this water. And if he he can come over and have a glass of water with me.
Fox 45 took Denise Knight's challenge to the mayor, inviting him to drink water in the affected area to prove its safety. A spokeswoman for the mayor says he will not engage in any stunts or theatrics. We also received information on how to test the water supply. One certified tester says he will fill up a bottle, put it on ice, and then take it to the lab. We will be there today when he arrives to collect a sample. In a city in crisis, we are learning more about a deadly double shooting in the Harlem Park neighborhood. Police responding to calls for shots fired along North Calhoun Street, just a block from Augusta Fells and the Harlem Park Rec Center at about 7:30 last night. Our cameras captured chaos as a car drove through the crime scene tape and one woman yelled for her father. Take a look. You can hear there the heartbreak, the confusion in that voice. Our photojournalists rushed to get a better look and saw one person being restrained. We've learned that one man was dead when first responders got there. The other victim is in serious condition. At this point, there is no description of the gunman to share. Elsewhere, in a city in crisis, Baltimore police releasing this image of a suspect they say is involved in the assault and killing of a Canton man in August. You're asked to call police if you recognize this person there. The victim was 60-year-old Victor Malabalibus. Police say that he was confronted and assaulted in front of his home late one night and had his wallet stolen before the suspect fled. He died at the hospital 2 days later. An online marketplace in the hot seat this morning. The concerns from third-party sellers and how one state is taking action. Plus, another chilly start this morning still ahead. Meteorologist Justin Chambers letting us know how warm we'll get this afternoon. 4:35 now on Fox 45, Early Edition.
Welcome back, everybody. 4:38 is your time right now on your Thursday morning, Friday Eve, and looking out over our Towson camera. Not too bad right now this morning. Out for a run or a jog. Definitely feeling good with numbers in the lower 60s over the next couple of hours. We'll take a closer look at what we can expect today and the warmer weekend that's around the corner. Meg?
All right, Justin, thank you. 4:38 and making headlines this morning. R&B singer R. Kelly has been convicted on 3 counts of child pornography. He was found guilty of coercing minors into criminal sexual activity caught on video. Kelly was acquitted on conspiracy charges that he fixed his state child pornography trial back in 2008. He's seen here at his trial in New York, where he was previously sentenced to 30 years in prison on sex trafficking and racketeering convictions. R. Kelly's attorney says he's a victim, and she's happy the case is now behind him.
We're not celebrating a win entirely, but we are happy that the jury really did look at each count. And as I said in my closing arguments, each count counts. They did their job.
Well, 2 further trials are pending, one in Minnesota and another back in his home state of Illinois. R&B singer Jesse Powell has died. Powell was best known for the hit song You, which peaked at number 2 on the Billboard charts back in 1996. His sister shared news of his death on social media. He passed away peacefully at his Los Angeles home. Powell was just 51 years old. Amazon is now under legal fire from California over claims that the company would penalize retailers for listing their products for lower prices on other sites. According to a report from the New York Times, Amazon would remove an option for customers to buy the products or add to cart if Amazon wasn't the lowest priced option. Prosecutors argue Amazon shouldn't have any control over price listings from third-party companies. 57% of Amazon sales come from these third-party vendors. MLB's Player Association is now opening its doors to minor leaguers in an historic move here. The process of unionizing took only 17 days, and minor leaguers will negotiate for the first ever collective bargaining agreement this offseason. Common complaints in past years include low wages and travel conditions, as players could barely afford rent and oftentimes needed second jobs in the offseason. Here's what's ahead this morning now on the National Desk.
I'm Jan Jeffcoat. This morning on the National Desk, America's News Now, the Twitter whistleblower cracking open big tech secrets, but what's the legal fallout? We've got a legal expert joining us to break down any possible liability for the social media giant. This morning on the National Desk, America's News Now, weekday mornings.
You can watch the National Desk on our sister station, the CW Baltimore, weekdays from 6 to 9 a.m. Taking a live look over M&T Bank Stadium this morning as the Ravens will have their first home game of the season on Sunday. Meteorologist Justin Chambers letting us know that game day forecast.
New report says since COVID-19, more of us are getting back pain. I'm Liz Bonus, a simple solution and why one woman says you shouldn't wait to get treatment. It is just ahead.
It is 4:44 and on the path forward. COVID may be a respiratory illness, but new reports show it's putting a lot of strain on our backs. Medical reporter Liz Bonus shares the story of one woman who waited too long for relief.
Hey there, everybody. A recent report from the National Institutes of Health found almost half of us have experienced back pain since the start of COVID-19. And if you already had back pain, it likely got worse.
Just kind of raising my leg, I'd get an electric shock that kind of drop you to your knees. It was bad.
Ann Harmon says her back pain finally got so bad a few months ago, she knew she needed help.
We actually take all of that disc out.
Turned out, as neurosurgeon Dr. Yair Gozal showed me, she had a common problem.
So you can see that bone is slipping out of place.
Where one of the bones in her lower spine was slipping.
That causes compression of the nerves and can cause a lot of leg and back pain.
So in a short procedure, much like this one at Ohio's Mayfield Brain and Spine, Dr. Gozal removed those white spaces you can see here on this model in Ann's back. They're called discs.
You can see the cages that replace the discs.
He then replaced them with a cage like the one I'm holding here in my hand. It's held in place with rods and screws so the bones can grow together through the cage and stabilize her spine.
And once that bone is solid, there's no more of that slip, and the pain obviously isn't going to come back.
And take a look at this. A few months later,
I wish I had done it sooner and not suffered as long as I did.
Anne is now pain-free. She says don't put off getting care for back pain.
It makes you appreciate the small things in life, and the fact that I could get up and ride, that is a blessing. It really was.
And by the way, she said she was also back at work 1 week after her procedure. I'm medical reporter Liz Bonus. Now back to you.
Impressive. All right, Liz, thank you. Trending now, one of Maryland's rising stars is taking his winning ways from the court to the field. Tennis star Frances Tiafoe, fresh off a run to the U.S. Open semifinals, the deepest he's ever made it in a Grand Slam, was invited to the Terps football game on Saturday. The team tweeting images of a special jersey in his honor, which is described as so fire. We're hearing that he is a Hyattsville native and also a close friend of head coach Mike Locksley. All right, let's check in now with meteorologist Justin Chambers with a look at our Friday Eve forecast.
And today is National Double Cheeseburger Day. So I think that is fitting that we're talking about football this weekend. Terps, Ravens home opener, grilling out. I mean, let's get that double cheeseburger going. I don't know where the best double cheeseburger is in this town, but I know where the best double cheeseburger in life is. That's In-N-Out Burger. So it's called the Double Double. Try it sometime if you haven't done it. All right, here's a look outside at our Inner Harbor shot. Nice and calm conditions this morning. Everything looking good, and our temperatures are not too bad either. 63 your current temp at BWI. That dew point at 58 degrees, and dew points are going to stay for the most part in the 50s again today. So that drier air will be in place, making for a very pleasant afternoon. Here's a look at your HD radar. Pretty quiet here. We got this trough of low pressure. It's kind of right over the top of us. It's not going to do much. It's a weak cold front coming through. So actually maybe a little bit cooler tomorrow morning when we wake up. But as you're up and at 'em with us over the next couple of hours, rise and shine with us. Our temperatures in the low to mid 60s. Sun coming up at 6:48. Goes to bed tonight at 7:15. So out and about on your day planner, 66 by 8 a.m. as we take you through lunchtime. Great day for lunch outdoors. We're talking about numbers in the mid 70s up there, the Hunt Valley Town Center, and temperatures close to 80 for some of us later this afternoon. A lot of us are going to stay in the upper 70s, which is going to be slightly below average. You can see that average number of 81, some only in the mid 70s across Carroll County, northern Baltimore County in those mid to upper 70s, 76 Perry Hall and White Marsh, and 80 in Dundalk this afternoon. And up and down the 95 corridor, we'll see those 70s and 80s for Philly and Baltimore down through D.C. Quite a bit cooler to the north. Look at some of those greens over there, parts of New York and Boston and areas to the north of us here. That's where we're seeing some of that cooler air. Now, we're going to have another kind of spell of warmer numbers that are just around the corner. So after today and tomorrow, notice those temperatures go above average starting Saturday. And then we're going to be close to 90 degrees by Sunday afternoon. Should hit that 90-degree mark by Monday. And we keep those upper 80s and lower 90s into early next week. So summer is definitely going to be hanging on. If you want to get the car cleaned up, no issues. Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, green lights across the board as we are staying dry. And looking ahead to that Ravens forecast for the home opener on Sunday, overall some great weather, but just warm. We're going to see those temperatures about 10 degrees above average by the time we get into Sunday afternoon. We keep the warmer trend going into the early part of next week, and really no rain in sight for the next 7 days. Meg?
All right, Justin, thank you. Now to the Len Stoller Traffic Network. Drive times pulled up, looking great. Our camera showed everyone moving, and those times indicative of that. For a check on mass transit, we have Mark Jones with the MTA. How's it going, Mark?
Pretty good, Megan. Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Out there on the MARC train system, you'll find 10 train 401 and 10 train 505, both running about 5 minutes late. Allowed time for travel in those instances. Out there on Light Rail Link, no delays on time service from end to end there. And Metro Subway Link is single tracking related to maintenance ongoing. And as a result, you'll take a delay in your travel, so allow time for travel out there on Metro Subway Link. For the MTA Transit Team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark. Happening this morning, Wheel of Fortune Live is coming to Maryland, and you have the chance to go for free. The Wheel of Fortune Live Tour performance is happening at the Hall at Live Casino in Hanover on September 24th and 25th. Stay with Fox 45 News all morning. Wait for your cue to call in, and the 10th caller will win 4 tickets to the show on the 25th. And then on Friday, tomorrow, you could have the chance to win a VIP experience, VIP tickets to the experience. Backlash this morning after a plan to cut down on overcrowded school buses is presented to families. Still ahead, the concerns from parents and students.
I'm Christine Frizzell in Washington, where some are calling on Congress to do more to change the way racism and gender identity are taught at schools on U.S. military bases. The findings of a new report coming up.
.453, turning now to the crisis in the classroom. Howard County parents and students mostly oppose the superintendent's plan for school redistricting.
Having a student start at the freshman year at high school and then switch to another high school can be extremely stressful for them.
Sending us 8 to 9 miles down Route 1 as an island takes your ask too far this time.
She deserves to have a safe travel to and from her school. Traffic on Route 1 is like beach traffic on Route 50 on Labor Day.
The district is building a new high school in Jessup to help ease overcrowding. Speakers raising concerns from switching schools to travel distance and dangerous amounts of traffic. About 2,500 high school students may have to change schools under the redistricting plan. The board will meet in about a week to discuss the plan and input that they've received. The debate over what is taught in America's classrooms is spilling over onto U.S. military bases. National correspondent Christine Frizzell digs into the debate as part of our series, Crisis in the Classroom.
I am disgusted.
Eruptions at school board meetings have sparked new debates about how subjects like diversity, racism, and gender identity are taught in America's schools. Now a focus for some on taxpayer-funded schools on U.S. military bases.
They have a captive audience in school children on military bases. They don't have other options for educating their children.
Ryan Williams, president of the conservative Claremont Institute, points to videos like this his organization obtained from the government.
Kids as young as 4 years old are already starting to develop a stable understanding of their gender identity.
Findings are outlined in a new report called Grooming Future Revolutionaries. Concerns include, quote, peddling critical race theory, white shaming, queer theory, and left-wing activism to children in its K-12 military schools through teaching methods.
It's to encourage children to share with their teachers their preferred pronouns or maybe any secrets they have about their sexual orientation that they might not share at home.
According to the Department of Defense, about 43% of active duty members of the military are people of color.
A large percentage of people who serve in the U.S. military are black and brown and probably want their children to learn about systemic racism, which is, the history of why, there is still such a huge socioeconomic divide between minorities and majorities.
We reject at the Claremont Institute the premise that all disparities are due to systemic racism.
Still, some of the highest-ranking members of the military have shared different views on the matter.
I want to understand white rage, and I'm white. What is wrong with understanding, having some situational understanding about the country for which we are here to defend?
Still, the Claremont Institute and some lawmakers are calling on Congress to provide more oversight over what is and is not taught at schools on U.S. bases, and even to threaten to withhold funding if changes aren't made. On Capitol Hill, I'm Christine Frizzau.
Thank you, Christine. Turning now to your Vote 2022 coverage. Republican candidate for Congress Yurip C. Morgan is calling for a debate against Democratic Congressman John Sarbanes. They are vying for Maryland's 3rd congressional district.
We have politicians whose job it is to convince us, to convince the women behind me, to convince you out there listening that they deserve your vote. When they feel so entitled that they don't even want to communicate with the opposing party, that's not democracy.
Well, Fox 45 News reached out to Congressman Sarbanes, but we haven't yet heard back. 27 states have at least one election denier on the ballot for governor, attorney general, or secretary of state. If any of the 43 election deniers are elected, they'll have the authority to oversee, administer, defend, or certify elections, including the 2024 presidential election. While their comments don't dictate what they do in these positions, experts say they could try to overturn another election. In your international news this morning, the U.S. is setting up a fund to help the Afghan people using frozen money from the Afghan Central Bank. The Biden administration announcing it's moving $3.5 million to the new fund based in Switzerland. International funding to Afghanistan was suspended after the Taliban took control of the country last year. The country's assets abroad were frozen, totaling about $7 billion. The money in new Afghan fund will not be accessible to the Taliban and will go toward providing humanitarian aid to Afghans and stabilizing the country's economy.
Well, today we can hear when City State's Attorney Marilyn Mosby's trial could now take place, how the issues of witness testimony forced the judge's hand in this delay.
Baltimore City Council holding a hearing today to go over the handling of the city's water crisis. Coming up, what Fox 45 News is doing to help ease your concerns and get some answers.
And temperatures are starting off very nice on your Thursday morning, getting set for the weekend, which is going to be warmer. We'll take a closer look at that coming up.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
It's 4:59 on this Thursday, September 15th. I'm Tom Rogers.
I'm Megan Gillen. Let's check in with meteorologist Justin Chambers in our forecast.
Yeah, feeling good here again this morning, guys. Good morning to both of you, and good morning, everyone at home. Appreciate you being with us live and local all the way until 10 o'clock this morning. And definitely a windows down morning for sure, as you get some of that fresh, dry air in there. Looking good over the inner harbor with nothing to get in our way right now. Temperature-wise, we're in the lower 60s in Chestertown, 64 in Bel Air and Baltimore. We're at 60 in Cockeysville and and 59 in Columbia. So overall, morning drive looking good. Mr. Bo says we're good to go with low to mid 60s over the next few hours and plenty of sunshine. And high temps today, actually a little bit cooler than yesterday. A lot of us will be in the upper 70s, with some of us sneaking right to that 80-degree mark by this afternoon. We'll take a closer look at your forecast heading into the weekend and talk about those warmer numbers as well coming up in just a few. Tom?
All right, thank you, Justin. Coming up at 5 o'clock right now, we have Len Stoller Traffic Network. In your drive times, everyone's in the green.
Just about 5 o'clock, and this morning we are following two big stories involving Baltimore City State's Attorney Marilyn Mosby.
A showdown in court over her federal trial today. This afternoon, we should hear more about the next steps when it comes to the delay in the Mosby's federal trial.
And Mosby's office moving to vacate the murder conviction of Adnan Syed. Her office saying prosecutors have new evidence and are pushing for a new trial.
Well, we have team coverage this morning of those top stories surrounding Baltimore City State's Attorney Marilyn Mosby.
In just a few minutes, Olivia Dance will join us live with what is next in the high-profile trial of Syed.
Now, but first, Mackenzie Frost joins us with the latest in the federal trial of Mosby.
For the second time, Marilyn Mosby's fraud and perjury trial is getting delayed. This time, it's because the defense failed to disclose expert witnesses on time, and prosecutors say they want time to hire their own. The delay comes as Mosby is winding down her time in office, and that is weighing heavy on the defense. Walking into court Wednesday, City State's Attorney Marilyn Mosby staying quiet as 4 federal charges loom over her. Hours before jury selection was scheduled to begin, federal judge Lydia Grigsby agreeing to delay the trial because federal prosecutors say Mosby's defense team waited too long to disclose expert witnesses, a point Mosby's attorney, A. Scott Bolden, denies. After the ruling, Bolden outspoken and upset on the steps of the courthouse.
And now on the eve of trial, if not further persecution of Marilyn Mosby as a public official, they throw gasoline on an already troublesome prosecution.
Bolden's expert witness centers around Mosby's travel-related business they claim was negatively impacted by the pandemic, which they say qualified her to withdraw $81,000 from her retirement account without penalty.
I've talked about the business before, and the government has amnesia about it now. If I could curse, I'd tell you it was all bull.
The same business Mosby and her own spokesperson, Zy Richardson, said in 2020 were not operational. Richardson said publicly, quote, "There are no clients, and Mosby has not received a single cent in revenue. There are no plans to operate the company while she is state's attorney."
This was making the best out of a bad situation.
Baltimore area attorney Adam Ruther, who isn't involved in this case, says Judge Grigsby was left with few options.
That's not a fair way to conduct a trial for the government, which is entitled to a certain amount of notice.
We vehemently opposed it. We're ready to go.
And now the calendar gets closer to when Mosby will be out of office.
My client's been under investigation by the United States government for over 200 days. She's got a family. She's lost an election. She needs income after January 6th, as you all well know.
And the question remains. Mr. Bolden, what's next? When would you like to see this case move to trial since it's not starting on Monday?
Tomorrow.
Well, that's probably not going to happen. So what's your next option?
Well, we'll be in court tomorrow to try to figure that out.
When City State's Attorney Marilyn Mosby will face a jury has yet to be decided. So, jury selection will not be taking place Thursday. Instead, both sides will be back in court for a hearing scheduled for 2 o'clock in the afternoon to figure out when this trial will begin. Mackenzie Frost, Fox 45 News.
Now, Mackenzie will be back in court today and when the trial officially begins. We'll have the latest developments both live on air and online at foxbaltimore.com.
The other big story from the City State's Attorney's Office is more than 20 years after Adnan Syed, that you see here behind me, was convicted of murder, the very office that prosecuted him now wants that thrown out. Olivia Dance joining us live this morning with the new developments and why this is happening now. Olivia.
Yeah, that's right. The state's attorney said she started taking a fresh look at the evidence in this case a year ago, but some critics are questioning her timing. Now, 22 years ago, Adnan Syed was found guilty of strangling his girlfriend to death, but in a motion filed just yesterday, the state's attorney's office asked a judge to vacate his conviction. And now prosecutors are questioning the evidence that put him in jail for life.
The fact that they have been able to uncover 2 potential suspects, the fact that technology has aged so much that we now know that some of the cell phone data may have been unreliable, that the state relied heavily upon at trial. This is a stark contrast from the confidence that the state had in the case initially.
The state's attorney's office saying they've identified 2 unnamed suspects. They question the phone records used to convict Syed, and advanced DNA testing hasn't pointed to him either. However, the motion was filed just hours before a jury was set to be selected in state's attorney Marilyn Mosby's federal perjury trial. Sean Kennedy from the Maryland Public Policy Institute is questioning that timing.
She's had 8 years to review this case, and now she finds compelling evidence after she's been booted from office and after the federal court is going forward with her trial. It's not a coincidence that Marilyn Mosby is doing something that's in her best interest.
You may remember 4 years ago, Maryland's highest court refused to give Syed a new trial. 1 year later, the U.S. Supreme Court rejected a new trial, too. And although the state's attorney says she's not convinced that Syed is innocent, she says that these findings call for a new trial, and she's demanding that he be set free. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm
Well, continuing coverage this morning, Baltimore City Council pushing for answers today following last week's E. coli contamination.
The hearing will dig to the bottom of how city leaders and DPW responded to the water crisis.
Now, right now, there are residents who say they still don't trust the water coming from their faucet.
Shannon Lilly joining us live this morning from downtown Baltimore with more on testing happening in that area. Shannon?
Yeah, Megan, the level of concern from these residents runs deep. And now we're learning that DPW will be, the city council will be holding that hearing, investigating DPW and how they handle this whole water crisis. In the meantime, though, we know that many of these residents in the Harlem Park neighborhood are still refusing to drink the water.
I would like for the mayor to drink this water. And if he like, he can come over and have a glass of water with me.
Yeah, that's Denise Knight that we first introduced you to earlier this week. Well, now peace of mind could be one step closer, both for her and for her neighbors. Fox 45 News reached out to several Maryland Department of Environment approved water testing laboratories to test Knight's water. Atlantic Blue Water Services is just one of the companies that was selected to do the job. Now, Ned Van Allen, an EPA certified water sampler and certified water specialist, details how this sample will be taken. Listen.
We'll go in, turn on the faucet, right? I'm going to test for chlorine to see if we have chlorine running through the house, right? Because I always start there. Then we'll take the sample bottle. I'll put gloves on. We'll grab the sample. I'll seal it, put it on ice, and take it directly to the lab.
Yeah, so those specialists will be taking samples from Knight's home today. Of course, we plan to be there, and we will bring you those test results as soon as we get them. In the meantime, this hearing with City Council into DPW starts at 1 p.m. today. Reporting live in downtown Baltimore, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News, Early Edition.
Thank you, Shannon. A long-awaited skate park scrapped in a much-needed neighborhood. Still ahead this morning, where that money is now going.
Feeling good this morning with another cool start to the day. We'll take a closer look at what we can expect this afternoon. It's all coming up on Fox 45 Early Edition. Stay with us. Welcome back. Time right now is 5:11 on your Thursday morning. It is Friday Eve, almost our Purple Friday, as the Ravens back in town tomorrow. Not tomorrow, but Purple Friday's tomorrow. This weekend, they're going to be back here. Looking out over the Inner Harbor right now, everything looking good. Our yard and gardening cast want to get out there and get some of that yard work done, maybe doing some fall planting. Looking great. 60s and 70s, and on our way close to about 80 for our high this afternoon, which will be a little cooler than yesterday. We'll have that full forecast coming up in a few.
All right, Justin, thank you. Making headlines this morning, Maryland Comptroller Peter Francho says the state has a $2 billion surplus for the 2022 fiscal year.
Now, he says nearly $900 million will go into state-saving funds. Francho says lawmakers should also transfer the more than $1.2 billion in unassigned funds to the rainy day fund as well.
Governor Larry Hogan responding to the news, saying he is proud of how the state has recovered from a $5 billion budget deficit when he took office.
Baltimore leaders cracking down on street racers, why some say a new proposed bill will not be enough.
Plus, Baltimore City State's Attorney Marilyn Mosby's federal trial delayed once again. Why prosecutors say they needed more time. 5:12.
Well, from the live center this morning, Russian and Chinese navies just releasing new video of joint drills happening earlier this morning in the Pacific. Russian officials say the goal here is to strengthen naval cooperation between those two countries. This as Russian President Vladimir Putin arrives in Uzbekistan ahead of closely watched talks with China's president today. Xi Jinping is arriving shortly before. Now, the trip marking Xi's first visit abroad since the early 2020, the onset of the COVID pandemic. And according to the Kremlin, though, the pair are planning to discuss the war in Ukraine and other international and regional topics. This is the leaders' second meeting this year. They last met at the Winter Olympics in Beijing in February. That was shortly before Russian troops invaded Ukraine. Following that meeting, the two leaders issued a joint statement saying that the friendship between their countries had, quote, no limits.
A final journey for Queen Elizabeth II.
Yeah, you're looking at the moment she left Buckingham Palace for the final time. Her mourners coming from near and far as that carriage made its way to Westminster Hall. Hundreds of thousands of mourners expected to file past late Queen's coffin over the next 4 days as she lies in state.
Some lining up earlier this week, waiting more than 24 hours for their chance to pay respects to the Queen one final time.
I haven't had any sleep whatsoever. Happy to be able to show my last respects to the Queen.
I thought this is, this is priceless, an experience of a lifetime. I would not miss this for the world.
Well, the Queen's is scheduled to be buried Monday. President Joe Biden, First Lady, will be in attendance. In your national news this morning, President Biden kicking off the North American International Auto Show in Detroit.
He was able to get behind the wheel of a couple of cars and see the newest features here. That was pretty fancy. The trip to the Motor City is a chance for his administration to tout efforts to promote electric vehicles, including the new tax incentives included in the Inflation Reduction Act.
Biden announcing the first round of funding approved from bipartisan infrastructure law for EV charging stations.
The Great American Road Trip is going to be fully electrified. Whether you're driving coast to coast along I-10 or on I-75 here in Michigan. Charging stations will be up and easy to find as gas stations are now.
In total, the infrastructure law provides $5 billion over 5 years for charging stations. The first round includes $900 million to help create the network across 53,000 miles of national highways spanning 35 states.
Well, 5:17 is the time here on this Thursday morning, and it's going to be another gorgeous day today.
Meteorologist Justin Chambers with the good news.
Even a little bit cooler today, guys, than yesterday. I mean, 82 was not bad yesterday afternoon. We'll probably top out in the upper 70s, and some of us right near that 80-degree mark for your Thursday. Obviously, still dark now, about an hour and a half before the sun even comes up. And 7 days from right now, the autumnal equinox. So that's when we have 12 hours of day and night, essentially. So 12 hours of daylight is what we're talking about. Our right now forecast, or our right now temperature, 64 in Towson. Notice that dew point at 58 degrees. So we're going to keep those dew points in check for at least the next couple of days into that comfortable and pleasant category. But watch what happens Saturday, Sunday, and Monday. Notice those dew point numbers start to rise a little bit. It'll feel a little bit muggier, and it is definitely going to start heating up, especially as we get into the final weekend of summer. As the kids get out to the bus stop, beep, beep, numbers this morning, not too bad at all. You can see those temperatures in the mid-60s by 7 a.m. We talked about this yesterday. You got to send the kids to the bus stop in the morning with a jacket, and then by the afternoon, they don't necessarily need it, because when you pick them up, we'll see about 80 degrees here into that 2 and 3 o'clock hours. So those outdoor practices, no issues happening. And a great day to hang out by the pool. In fact, a great weekend, too. Check out some of these numbers. Thursday and Friday in the lower 80s, and then we're on the way to the mid-80s on Saturday. So average high this time of year is 81. Most of us are going to be in the mid to upper 70s across central Maryland for the afternoon. Great afternoon to throw some beef on the grill, maybe some veggies as well on your grill cast, getting psyched for that Ravens home opener and all that tailgating that's going to be taking place. We still have Tropical Storm Fiona to talk about. 50-mile-an-hour winds, the latest update from the National Hurricane Center. This storm is in the central Atlantic. It is going to make a run at the Leeward Islands and potentially Puerto Rico by the time we get into early Sunday morning before it starts to turn up toward the U.S. So we'll keep an eye on this, but obviously we're right at the peak of hurricane season, and we're only on letter F in terms of our named storms so far this year. There it is. Ravens logo for Sunday, and yeah, that is going to be a warm day to be at M&T Bank Stadium. 89 for our high, lower 90s on Monday, so you can see that heat up as we head into early next week. Tom, summer's not done yet, bud.
No, not yet, so don't put away those shorts just yet. But yeah, when you're out on the roads, though, take a look at this. Top down maybe later on today. Right now, during your Len Stoller traffic network, you see the roadways wide open, a little bit crisp if you're going to put your top down this morning. Now we want to get a check of your mass transit. We have Mark Jones in the MTA. Good Thursday morning, Mark.
Well, good Thursday morning, Tom. Good morning, everyone. Out there on the MARC train system, you'll find Penn Train 403, Penn Train 505, and Brunswick 870, all running about 5 minutes late for your commute start. Allow time there. If your ride is on Light Rail Link, on-time service is what you'll find there. Metro Subway Link, though, with single tracking between West Cold Spring and State Center stations, and as a result, you should expect delays on Metro Subway Link today. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark. Thousands of rail workers threatening to walk off their jobs. How this strike could impact your commute.
Plus, frustration this morning from Marilyn Mosby's legal team. Why the judge says delaying the trial was the only option. 5:21 now on Fox 45 Early Edition.
.523, turning now to a city in crisis. Baltimore Mayor Brandon Scott expected to sign a bill by the end of this month on street racing. Now, the bill calls for a $1,000 fine and up to a year in prison if convicted. But with an understaffed police department and city state's attorney already opting not to prosecute certain low-level crimes, will this law even be enforced?
There's always confusion on the street about, what's the actual citation that would be written in a scenario like this? Is this like a minor traffic infraction? Are those who are participating, is there some type of violation against them, even though they may not be the ones driving a car? This bill really just clarifies it, puts it in very easy text.
Street racing has not been tackled on a federal level, so individual communities handle their own laws and penalties. Activists say a key solution is to open more designated racing tracks so that there's a safe place to race instead of crowded streets.
Meanwhile, Baltimore City Rec and Park leaders have scrapped plans for a long-awaited West Baltimore skate park. Community activist Jock Cheatham says that he was among those behind the Easterwood Park design. He says that the project came about after he noticed children in his area traveling long distances to other skate parks that were miles away. But now, instead of giving kids a new place to skate, Rec and Parks decided to make improvements to the current park. Cheatham says the community is devastated.
We are the Western District. That's the #1 crime place in the state of Maryland for the last 7 years. We have averaged 50 homicides a year. We're trying to find things to get the kids to do. My kids are so heartbroken to find out that they were really that close to getting a skateboard park.
Well, Fox 45 reached out to the Baltimore City Rec and Parks Department for comment. We got a statement back saying the focus is on other improvements at Easterwood Park, including the playground, the trails, and the basketball courts. The official portrait of the late Maryland Congressman Elijah Cummings has been unveiled on Capitol Hill.
Well, fellow lawmakers gathering for the ceremony at the Capitol complex. The painting is in the House Committee on Oversight and Reform's hearing room, and he chaired that committee.
Cummings represented the Baltimore area for more than 20 years. He died in 2019 at the age of 68. He was a civil rights advocate known for reaching across the aisle.
He was so astute, so smart, so wise, so strategic, and the rest. And that's why he made such a big difference. He was a leader of towering integrity. Everybody knows that. A man whose life embodied the American dream.
I am so proud of my husband. I am so proud of everything that he became. But I am especially proud of the fact that he put country above party. He put country above everything.
Cummings was the first black lawmaker to lie in state at the U.S. Capitol.
City State's Attorney Marilyn Mosby's trial delayed again right here in federal court. Coming up, why the prosecution and her defense will be back here today. You're watching Fox 45 News, early edition.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
We are following two big stories for you this morning. The prosecution and defense back. They're actually set to return to court today as we wait to find out when Marilyn Mosby's federal trial could begin.
And just in this morning, President Joe Biden now saying he reached a tentative railway labor agreement, averting that strike. We're live at Mark train stop now to hear what people think about this development.
Big news there. Good morning to all of you. Welcome to Fox 45 Early Edition on this Thursday, September 15th. I'm Megan Gilland.
I'm Tom Rogers. We want to get right over to meteorologist Justin Chambers. Some more great news for us in the forecast.
Yeah, no kidding, Tom. Megan, good morning to both of you, and good morning, everybody. Appreciate making us a part of your morning routine. And man, it is feeling nice out there again this morning. That lack of humidity is really feeling good for sure, as we're starting to get a little bit of that morning glow from our Towson camera, courtesy of our Mile 1 Auto Group. 55 in Oakland. So remember yesterday morning we were talking about 40s out west. It's actually a little warmer this morning. We'll see those numbers in the 60s for Westminster and Bel Air down through Baltimore City right now. Definitely a windows down type drive to work or school. Another cool morning will lead to a pleasant afternoon, and then we definitely have a warmer weekend ahead as summer is hanging on. Your morning drive seeing those numbers into the 60s through most of the commute, right about 71 by 10 a.m. We're back with your full forecast coming up in just a few minutes from right now.
All right, Justin, thank you. City State's Attorney Marilyn Mosby's federal trial being delayed once again, and now the prosecution and defense are expected back in court today.
Mosby facing 2 counts of perjury and 2 counts of making a false statement on a loan application.
Shannon Lilly joining us live from the federal courthouse with what we could find out today. Shannon.
Yeah, today, Megan, federal prosecutors and Mosby's defense will be right back out here working on a new timeline for this trial that's already been pushed back before. In fact, jury selection was supposed to start right here at the federal courthouse today for the trial that was supposed to start next week. Now that's no longer the case. A judge here ruled the trial should be delayed after Mosby's defense team missed the deadline to declare expert witnesses. Federal prosecutors successfully argued that they did not have enough time to find their own experts after that delay. So the charges surround the pandemic's impact on Mosby's travel business, which she says allowed her to withdraw money from her retirement account early without penalty. Defense attorney A. Scott Bolden spoke after the hearing and is furious about this delay, saying Marilyn Mosby has been living with the indictment long enough. Listen.
I've talked about the business before, and the government has amnesia about it now. So in the interest of justice, Her Honor indicated that there were going to be a continuance. There was going to be a continuance. We vehemently opposed it. We're ready to go. And lastly, let's not forget my client is innocent as she stands here.
Well, this trial was originally supposed to happen right here in federal court back in April, but earlier this spring, the defense asked for a delay. So this is not the first time that there's been a delay. We know that court will reconvene here today at 2 p.m. to try to figure out a timeline for this trial. Reporting live at the federal courthouse, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News, Early Edition.
Thank you, Shannon. And these are the charges Baltimore City State's Attorney Marilyn Mosby is facing.
Yeah, count 1 you see right here is perjury. Federal prosecutors saying Mosby lied when she requested $40,000 from her City of Baltimore employee retirement account, claiming it was due to financial hardship in the COVID pandemic. And you can see investigators, though, say that she checked this box right here, that check mark indicating one of those possibilities. Count 2, false statement on a loan application. Prosecutors alleging that Mosby signed an application for $490,000 mortgage on a Florida home, failing to disclose she owed significant amounts of federal taxes.
Count 3, perjury for another COVID-19 hardship withdrawal. And this time, prosecutors say she checked that box once again. There it is, and received $45,000 from her retirement account. The indictment claims Mosby made more money in 2020 than she did in 2019. And count 4, that is a false statement on a loan application for another Florida home. This one in Longboat Key. Feds say Mosby again failed to disclose the tax lien.
Our Mackenzie Frost will be back in court today and when the trial officially begins. We'll have the latest developments both live on air and online, and that will be at foxbaltimore.com.
Well, we have some breaking news. Just a few minutes ago, President Joe Biden reaching a tentative railway labor agreement.
And Olivia Dance is joining us live now from a stop along the Camden line. Olivia, what can you tell us about this breaking news?
Yeah, good morning. And as you guys just mentioned, we received an AP report, some breaking news that says President Biden said a tentative railway labor agreement has been reached, and this averts the strike that would have impacted so many commuters. Now, if there was a nationwide strike this Friday, Mark's Camden and Brunswick lines here in Baltimore would have immediately stopped service until a resolution was reached. But commuters who use those lines to get to Washington, D.C. and other
I mean, I see a lot of people who get dropped off at the train station, or they get picked up, so they don't have any other means of transportation. Gosh, I would really be crushed if I couldn't ride the train, because I've been depending on it for the last several years, and I've become accustomed to it, and I like riding it.
Now, for some background, earlier this week, the Maryland Transit Authority alerted passengers that an ongoing labor dispute between CSX Transportation and its unions could result in the strike. CSX declined to answer any of our questions, but a representative from the Association of American Railroads sent a statement saying, quote, parties are meeting and working hard to try to reach an agreement. In the interest of letting negotiations play out, we are not doing interviews or commenting at the moment. But again, according to President Biden, an agreement has been reached, and so many commuters rely on the train to get to Washington, D.C. or other parts of Maryland. So this breaking news is going to be a huge relief. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45, Early Edition.
Thank you, Olivia. Now to a city in crisis. We're learning more about a double shooting in Harlem Park neighborhood. One person is dead because of that shooting. Now, police responding to calls for shots fired along North Calhoun Street, just a block from Augusta Fells and the Harlem Park Rec Center. At about 7:30 last night, our cameras capturing chaos as a car drove through the crime scene tape, one woman yelling for her father. Take a look. You can hear the heartbreak and the confusion going on. Our photojournalist rushing to get a better look and saw one person being restrained. We've learned one man was dead when first responders arrived on the scene. The other victim is in serious condition. At this point, there's no description of the gunman.
Well, from the Live Center now this morning, we have a live look from the White House where they have to be feeling a little bit better about this morning's latest poll numbers from the Associated Press showing President Biden's approval rating rising significantly from what it was. That said, he is still underwater with 45% approval, 53% disapproval. But both of those numbers are substantially better than it was in July. At that point, only 38% of Americans currently approve of the president's economic leadership. That is despite a strong labor market, so he says. Inflation is the biggest problem. Many Americans say they're not able to keep up with rising prices, and that's something that Republicans are hoping will sway voters in November as they try to retake the House and Senate. Only 27% of Americans in this poll say that they believe the country is headed in the right direction. That gives Republicans an edge going into the midterms. But it's up 10 points from July, a sign that Democrats are making progress with a long way to go. On the topic of the economy, two reports due out this morning here. We get monthly retail sales data at 8:30 this morning, and that's going to tell us how shoppers are responding to inflation. And we get weekly jobless claims, which are used as a rough gauge for layoffs. We're going to have updates on both of those as soon as we get them. An investigative hearing set to begin today to find out who knew what and when about the water crisis. Still ahead this morning, the testing that is now happening today to see if the water is okay.
Plus, another fall-like start this morning. Meteorologist Justin Chambers letting us know just how warm we will get today. 5:39 your time.
5:41 is your time right now. We're 19 minutes in front of 6 o'clock. Let's open up the live window. This is the San Francisco-Oakland Bay Bridge. I was born right on the other side over there, somewhere in Hayward, in the east side of the bay. But a nice morning there. Obviously, it's pretty early for folks there. Folks are talking about how traffic has been picking up pre-pandemic levels in the Bay Area. We'll take a closer look at what we can expect here at home for our forecast and your Ravens game day forecast as well. That's right. They're back home. Tom?
All right, thank you, Justin. That's right. Happening today, Baltimore City Council will be holding a hearing into last week's E. coli contamination and a hearing regarding the problems with the primary elections. U.S. Senator Chris Van Hollen will be joining a group of lawmakers and advocates to unveil new legislation surrounding improved treatment for sickle cell disease. And gubernatorial candidates Wes Moore and Dan Cox, they are taking part in a forum on child care and early education. Taking a live look over M&T Bank Stadium this morning. Speaking of the Ravens, well, maybe not. All right, let's take a look over the Inner Harbor here instead, and you can see a great morning for you. The Ravens, though, they are holding their home opener this Sunday afternoon, and Justin Chambers will be letting us know the game day forecast.
Plus, Ravens player or wedding crasher? The surprising letter one player received from some big fans. Wait till you hear this story. 5:43 now on Fox 45 Early Edition. .46 and trending now. One of Maryland's rising stars is taking his winning ways from the court to the field.
Yeah, now he's not putting on the pads or the helmet just yet, but take a look at this. Tennis star Frances Tiafoe, fresh off the run at the U.S. Open semifinals, deepest he's ever made it into the Grand Slam, was invited to the Terps football game Saturday.
So the team tweeted images of a special jersey you can see right there in his honor, which is described as so fire. Tiafoe is a Hyattsville native and also a close friend of head coach Mike Loxley, so it just makes sense. All right, so now to what is trending with the Ravens. On a whim, a couple in Frederick County sent an invite to the one and only cornerback Marlon Humphrey, and now he has RSVP'd, and he wrote yes.
Yeah, which is incredible because, let's just send him. What's he going to say? Probably no, but whatever. Nick Wannell and Kylie Watson are planning for an October wedding and bought too many invites, so they decided to send one to the Raven. Humphrey posted on his Instagram story Tuesday with a picture of the invite with the caption saying, "Not sure who this is that invited me to the wedding, but I'm coming."
I don't think any of the guests really know yet.
Our families do.
Yeah.
And they're also, Ravens are their team, so they are elated to even know that he acknowledged the receipt of the invitation. But it would truly make our day that much more special.
I know he's got some style too, so I would expect him to show up dressed to the nines.
So here's where the controversy lies, though.
Yeah.
The Ravens are on the road in Tampa for Thursday night football, and then the day before the wedding. So we're going to see if Marlon is actually a man of his word and actually does end up attending Nick and Kylie's special day. But that'd be kind of a busy turnaround.
Wouldn't that be amazing if
yes.
if he shows up and they're like, okay, and the color of the invite looked like there was some purple in it.
There should be purple.
They
should change it.
If not, yes. If not, they have to change it now.
But now that I'm thinking about it, if it's a Thursday night game, he could get back if it's a Friday night wedding. Is that when the wedding was? It said the next day. So,
yeah.
I was thinking he had a game on Sunday, and that would have been, he needed to be resting for the game. But he's ready to party.
He's ready to go, yeah. Day off afterwards, so why not? Go hang out.
If he plays Thursday night, you're exactly right. That's plenty of time. Shower up, get it changed, and get ready to go right to the wedding, right?
Yeah.
I think so.
Should be good. By the way, it's a home opener, guys. Have we heard any update on Poe? I was out of the country. I was away last week.
He's out for the season.
Right, he's out for the season, but I thought that they were
a replacement. Yeah, no word on that, Justin.
No. Okay.
We're going to find out Sunday.
We're going to have to dig deeper on that for sure because I want to find out. But yeah, guys, we're talking about the Ravens home opener, and it is going to be warm. We know it can be hot in September and even October here in Baltimore, and it's going to be one of those warm September afternoons for sure. So I believe that the teams have to pick the colors of the jerseys for the entire season ahead of time. So I'm not sure if they're going to be wearing their purple or their white and make Miami wear the darker color because it's going to be warmer on Sunday afternoon. We're talking about close to 90 degrees. It's all that mind game stuff. So either way, our Towson camera, good morning to you. Looking outside right now, not too bad. Our number officially at 64 degrees. Not much wind to speak of out of the northwest, about 5 to 10 miles an hour. Other sports news, 4 games back. That's right. The O's swept the Nationals down the road, and they have got a tough series against Toronto this weekend. But either way, 4 games out, 20 games left to play. That's pretty awesome. I like that. Our mugginess trend is actually looking good, too. Check out these numbers. Thursday and Friday, our dew point temperatures are going to drop into the 50s to stay in the 50s in that comfortable and pleasant category. But Saturday, Sunday, Monday, you'll see a little bit more of that mugginess start to pick up as we'll start heating back up for the final couple days of summer. Rise and shine. Enjoy some breakfast with us and coffee this morning. We're talking about low to mid 60s. Great for some porch sitting with that cup of joe while you're listening to us on your morning. At 74, your number in Westminster this afternoon. 76, Perry Hall and White Marsh. 80 in Dundalk. Numbers in Hartford and Cecil counties in the mid to upper 70s for Bel Air and Aberdeen, up into Perryman. 77 in Northeast for the afternoon. And up and down the 95 corridor, we'll keep those upper 70s and lower 80s for Philly and Baltimore down through D.C. Ocean City, you're at 74 this afternoon. Maybe you're flying over to Ocean City today. Great day to fly, pilots. We're talking about VFR conditions all day. Visual flight rules, so should be good to go. You're going to have a little bit more of a northerly wind, so you're probably taking off at 3-3 over there at Martin and BWI. Here's our 7-day forecast. Lower 80s today and tomorrow. There's our Raven bird right there. We're talking about 89 for a high on Sunday and 90 on Monday. So, yeah, that heat is still hanging around for the last few days of summer. Back to you.
All right, Justin, thank you. Frustration this morning from Marilyn Mosby's legal team. Why the judge says delaying the trial was the only option.
Primaries are over and midterms are next. But why are some Democrats actively helping Trump-backed candidates? I'm Scott Thuman in Washington with a surprising strategy.
.554 primary season now over. Voters across the country have chosen who will go head-to-head in the midterms this November. But you may not have noticed the interesting twist, though, this time around.
Last night, some Trump-backed candidates scored wins, and surprisingly, that's just fine with Democrats who are taking some big risks and have been trying desperately to influence who Republicans choose. Sinclair's chief political correspondent Scott Thuman showing us why.
This fall, President Biden is making very clear his political enemy and Democrats' main target.
MAGA Republicans.
But perhaps ironically, behind the scenes, many Democrats are supporting the more radical Trump-loyal Republicans in hotly contested primaries. Why?
The strategy is clear, which is the candidate that is more extreme in the Republican primary is ultimately going to be easier for the Democrat to beat in the general election. But it's a really high-risk strategy because if those people do go on to win the general election, they're going to be a lot worse for Democratic priorities.
Vice President Harris was just pressed on that strategy.
Is the Democratic Party making a mistake here by those people could win?
I mean, listen, I'm not going to tell people how to run their campaigns.
Is this something you'd be comfortable
I'm not going to tell people how to run their campaigns, Chuck.
Democrats aghast at the idea of spending more than $50 million this year, according to the Washington Post, sometimes boosting Trump-endorsed candidates. And even though the ads may sound like a tax.
Handpicked by Trump to run for Congress, Gibbs called Trump the greatest president.
Democrats made them to excite MAGA Republicans. Whether this gamble pays off for Democrats, we won't know until November. But some worry there is another long-term risk here, more division.
Nominating extremists for important office is bad. And I think Democrats should not be in the business of helping anyone do that.
A new poll taken following President Biden's notable shift vilifying MAGA voters shows 58% feel he's divided the country further. Only 20% say we're more united, despite any promises to bring all sides together. In Washington, I'm Scott Thuman.
All right, Scott, thank you. President Joe Biden, meantime, kicking off the North American International Auto Show in Detroit. He was able to get behind the wheel of a couple of cars, see the newest features. That trip to the Motor City is a chance for his administration to tout efforts to promote electric vehicles, including the new tax incentives included in the Inflation Reduction Act. Yesterday, Biden announced the first round of funding approved from the bipartisan infrastructure law for EV charging stations.
The Great American Road Trip is going to be fully electrified. Whether you're driving coast to coast along I-10 or on I-75 here in Michigan. Charging stations will be up and easy to find as gas stations are now.
In total, the infrastructure law provides $5 billion over 5 years for charging stations. The first round includes $900 million to help create the network across 53,000 miles of national highway spanning 35 states.
We're not there yet, but the end is in sight.
On the path forward, more than 2.5 years after the World Health Organization first declared COVID a pandemic, the agency now says we're in the home stretch when it comes to defeating this virus. Well, dramatic declines in global COVID death rates and case counts are fueling the optimism, with the WHO clocking a roughly 22% decrease in deaths, 28% drop in new positive tests.
Last week, the number of weekly reported deaths from COVID-19 was the lowest since March 2020. We have never been in a better position to end the pandemic.
But as we prepare to head into the fall, health officials continue advising Americans to consider getting an updated COVID booster shot, with ones from Pfizer and Moderna reformulated to better target the extremely contagious Omicron variant.
A new date could be decided today for City State's Attorney Marilyn Mosby's federal trial. Just ahead, what's causing the delay?
We just received breaking news on the nationwide railway negotiations. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, I'll have the latest updates.
And as we're walking a little bit closer into our weekend, we're taking a look at temperatures that are going to be warm. Fox 45 Morning News continues right now.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Coming up on 6 o'clock on this Thursday, September 15th, I'm Tom Rogers.
I'm Megan Gillen. Patrice Sanders is off this morning, and we're getting a start of a nice-looking morning today.
Yeah, in fact, we could spin over to Justin Chambers here and find out a little bit more about the weather.
Can you guys smell it? Can you smell football in the air at home?
Oh, yeah, there it is.
A couple of days, yeah.
I have a teenage boy. Yeah, I can definitely smell that like all the time.
Different kind of smell for you. Yeah. Tom, Megan, good morning to both of you. Good morning, everybody, and happy Thursday, Friday Eve, almost to our Purple Friday, as the Ravens, of course, have their home opener coming up on Sunday afternoon. We're excited for it, and hopefully you're excited for some of these temperatures right now. Right side of your screen, a lot of us are in the 50s and 60s, and if you're out for a run or a jog in the next couple of hours, we're going to keep those 60s going for you for sure. Topping out right about 80 for our high today, which is going to be just about average for this time of year. That sun comes up in about 48 minutes from right now. Overall, though, a lot of us in the upper 70s, and even some mid 70s for you. Westminster and Bel Air for your highs on your Thursday afternoon. Back in your full forecast in just a few minutes over at that big green wall, we'll take a closer look at how warm we get later this weekend. Tom?
All right, thank you, Justin. Today, we can find out when the federal trial against Marilyn Mosby is expected to begin. This comes after a judge rules that the city state's attorney's federal fraud and perjury trial will be delayed.
Mackenzie Frost joining us with the latest in the federal trial of Marilyn Mosby and what is next.
For the second time, Marilyn Mosby's fraud and perjury trial is getting delayed. This time, it's because the defense failed to disclose expert witnesses on time, and prosecutors say they want time to hire their own. The delay comes as Mosby is winding down her time in office, and that is weighing heavy on the defense. Walking into court Wednesday, City State's Attorney Marilyn Mosby staying quiet as 4 federal charges loom over her. Hours before jury selection was scheduled to begin, federal judge Lydia Grigsby agreeing to delay the trial because federal prosecutors say Mosby's defense team waited too long to disclose expert witnesses, a point Mosby's attorney, A. Scott Bolden, denies. After the ruling, Bolden outspoken and upset on the steps of the courthouse.
And now on the eve of trial, if not further persecution of Marilyn Mosby, as a public official, they throw gasoline on an already troublesome prosecution.
Bolden's expert witness centers around Mosby's travel-related business they claim was negatively impacted by the pandemic, which they say qualified her to withdraw $81,000 from her retirement account without penalty.
I've talked about the business before, and the government has amnesia about it now. If I could curse, I'd tell you it was all bull.
The same business Mosby and her own spokesperson, Zy Richardson, said in 2020 were not operational. Richardson said publicly, quote, "There are no clients, and Mosby has not received a single cent in revenue. There are no plans to operate the company while she is state's attorney."
This was making the best out of a bad situation.
Baltimore area attorney Adam Ruther, who isn't involved in this case, says Judge Grigsby was left with few options.
That's not a fair way to conduct a trial for the government, which is entitled to a certain amount of notice.
We vehemently opposed it. We're ready to go.
And now the calendar gets closer to when Mosby will be out of office.
My client's been under investigation by the United States government for over 200 days. She's got a family. She's lost an election. She needs income after January 6th, as you all well know.
And the question remains. Mr. Bolden, what's next? When would you like to see this case move to trial since it's not starting on Monday?
Tomorrow.
Well, that's probably not going to happen. So what's your next option?
Well, we'll be in court tomorrow to try to figure that out.
When City State's Attorney Marilyn Mosby will face a jury has yet to be decided. So, jury selection will not be taking place Thursday. Instead, both sides will be back in court for a hearing scheduled for 2 o'clock in the afternoon to figure out when this trial will begin. Mackenzie Frost, Fox 45 News.
Now, Mackenzie will be back in court today and when the trial officially begins. We'll have the latest developments both live on air and online at foxbaltimore.com.
6:03 and new this morning, the White House confirming there is now a tentative agreement between labor unions and railway workers.
Olivia Dan's joining us live now from a stop along the Camden line. And you've spoken with have you been able to speak with any commuters so far? It's just 6 o'clock in the morning, Olivia.
Yeah, Tom, we haven't spoken with them yet, but we are starting to see more commuters come out here as the morning is going on. But as you just mentioned, we just received an AP report that says President Biden says a tentative railway labor agreement has been reached, and this averts the strike that would have impacted so many of these commuters. Now, if there was a nationwide strike this Friday, Mark's Camden and Brunswick lines right here in Baltimore would have immediately stopped service until a resolution was reached. But commuters who use those lines to get to Washington, D.C. and other parts of Maryland would have been greatly impacted. So, again, this news is great for them.
I mean, I see a lot of people who get dropped off at the train station or they get picked up, so they don't have any other means of transportation. Gosh, I would really be crushed if I couldn't ride the train because I've been depending on it for the last several years and I've become accustomed to it and I like riding it.
Now, for some background, earlier this week, the Maryland Transit Authority alerted passengers that an ongoing labor dispute between CSX Transportation and its unions could result in the strike. CSX declined to answer any of our questions, but a representative from the Association of American Railroads sent a statement saying, quote, parties are meeting and working hard to try to reach an agreement. In the interest of letting negotiations play out, we are not doing interviews or commenting at the moment, end quote. But so many commuters rely on the train as their only means of getting to work or just to beat the Maryland traffic. So again, this news comes as a huge relief. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
All right, thank you, Olivia. Continuing coverage this morning. Baltimore City Council pushing for answers today following last week's E. coli contamination.
The hearing will dig to the bottom of how city leaders and DPW responded to the water crisis.
Now, right now, there are residents who say they still do not trust the water that's coming from their faucet.
Shannon Lilly live this morning from downtown Baltimore with more on more testing happening in that area. Shannon.
Yeah, the level of concern, Megan, for many of these residents runs deep. And we know that City Council, as you mentioned, will be addressing some of those concerns today with their investigative hearing into DPW and the way that they responded to this water crisis. In the meantime, we are also taking matters into our own hands because many people in the Harlem Park neighborhood are still refusing to drink the water.
I would like for the mayor to drink this water. And if he like, he can come over and have a glass of water with me.
So that's Denise White that we first introduced you to earlier this week. And now peace of mind could be coming both to her and to her neighbors. We reached out to several Maryland Department of Environment approved water testing laboratories to test Knight's water. Atlantic Blue Water Services is one of the companies selected to do the job. And Ned Van Allen, an EPA certified water sampler and certified water specialist, is detailing how this sample will be taken. Take a listen.
We'll go in, turn on the faucet, right? I'm going to test for chlorine to see if we have chlorine running through the house, right? Because I always start there. Then we'll take the sample bottle. I'll put gloves on. We'll grab the sample. I'll seal it, put it on ice, and take it directly to the lab.
Yeah, so those specialists will be taking samples from Knight's home today, and we plan to be there. Of course, we will bring you updates as soon as we get those test results. In the meantime, City Council's hearing into DPW starts at 1 p.m. today. Reporting live from downtown Baltimore, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Shannon. Two world powers joining forces in the Pacific. Still ahead, the strengthening ties that threaten to break Ukraine's defense.
Starting off with temperatures in the 60s. We're actually going to be a little bit cooler this afternoon, but don't worry, summer lovers. We still got some heat for you. We'll break all that down for you coming up on Fox 45 Morning News. All local, all morning.
6:11 and from the Live Center this morning, Russian and Chinese navies just releasing new video of joint drills happening earlier this morning in the Pacific. Russian officials say the goal here is to strengthen naval cooperation between those two countries. This as Russian President Vladimir Putin arrives in Uzbekistan ahead of closely watched talks with China's president today. Now, Xi Jinping arriving just shortly before the trip, marking Xi's first visit abroad since early 2020 and the onset of the COVID pandemic. According to the Kremlin, the pair are planning to discuss the war in Ukraine and other international and regional topics. And this is the leaders' second meeting this year. They last met at the Winter Olympics in Beijing in February, and that was shortly before Russian troops invaded Ukraine. Following that meeting, though, the two leaders issuing a joint statement saying that the friendship between their countries had, quote, no limits.
Unprofessional and unbelievable. Those are the words some are using to describe the Parkland school shooting trial. Just ahead, what the defense did that caught everyone off guard.
Queen Elizabeth II now lying in state. Just ahead, how long people waited in line to pay their respects. .14 and making your headlines this Thursday morning. Fireworks in the courtroom in the sentencing trial of the Marjorie Stoneman Douglas high school shooter.
Jurors are weighing whether Cruz should spend the rest of his life in prison or face the death penalty. We know his defense team surprisingly rested their case, calling only a fraction of their witnesses and raising the ire of Circuit Judge Elizabeth Schreier.
Your Honor? Yes. At this time, the defense rests.
This is the most uncalled for, unprofessional way to try a case. I have never experienced a level of unprofessionalism in my career. It's unbelievable.
Now, the state wasn't prepared to start their rebuttal because the defense's team only called around 25 to 80 witnesses. The judge and one of the defense attorneys yelling at each other across the room. Eventually, the confessed shooter agreed with the decision to rest. He pleaded guilty to murdering 17 people in the school 4 years ago.
A split decision in the child pornography and sex abuse trial of R. Kelly. A federal grand jury in Chicago convicted the singer on charges of producing child pornography and enticing girls for sex. Prosecutors won convictions on 6 of the 13 counts against him, but the jury acquitted him and 2 associates of rigging his 2008 trial on similar charges. The singer is already sentenced to 3 decades in prison for racketeering and sex trafficking and now faces additional time behind bars. There are 2 more trials pending, one in Minnesota, another back in Chicago, in Illinois.
Queen Elizabeth coffin lies in state in Westminster Hall, the House of Parliament. Her coffin was carried in the procession with the royal family following. Thousands have lined the procession routes across Scotland and England to say their goodbye to the Queen. The service was steeped in Protestant Anglican tradition.
And the blessing of God Almighty, the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit be among you and remain with you always. Amen.
The Queen will lie in state for 4 days until her funeral Monday. The official portrait of the late Maryland Congressman Elijah Cummings has been unveiled on Capitol Hill.
Fellow lawmakers gathering for the ceremony at the Capitol complex. The painting is in the House Committee on Oversight and Reform's hearing room, which he chaired.
Cummings represented the Baltimore area for more than 20 years. He died in 2019 at the age of 68. He was a civil rights advocate known for reaching across the aisle.
He was so astute, so smart, so wise, so strategic, and the rest. And that's why he made such a big difference. He was a leader of towering integrity. Everybody knows that. A man whose life embodied the American dream.
I am so proud of my husband. I am so proud of everything that he became. But I am especially proud of the fact that he put country above party. He put country above everything.
Cummings was the first black lawmaker to lie in state at the U.S. Capitol. The UN issuing a harsh warning saying the world is headed down a dangerous path with climate change and global warming.
Well, the World Meteorological Organization report shows that weather-related disasters have increased 5-fold over the last 50 years. And the situation not getting any better, they claim it's getting worse. Data shows almost 50% chance that the landmark 1.5-degree rise in global temperatures will hit in the next 5 years, meaning there's a 93% chance that 1 year in the next 5 will see record heat.
Well, you can see a preview of weather-related disasters happening now, whether it is flooding in Pakistan, heat waves in Europe, or droughts in China, the Horn of Africa, and the United States. Experts estimate these incidents can cost approximately $200 million a day.
Time now, 6:19. Speaking of the weather, hopefully Justin's got a little bit better news for us here.
Yeah, I mean, we had above average temperatures for this summer, guys, here in Baltimore. And, you know, heat-related deaths are actually far surpass any other weather disaster. So you think about tornadoes and hurricanes and severe thunderstorms, but it's heat that actually kills more people. So that's why it's so important to pay attention to all of that that's going on. And luckily, we don't have to deal with heat here. However, it is going to warm up by the time we get to the second half of the weekend and into early next week. A little bit of a morning glow as we're starting off your Thursday on a good note here in Towson. Officially, our numbers are mainly in the 60s right now. You can always see those on the right side of your screen. They're even up during commercial breaks for you, so you know exactly what the temp is before you step out the door. Good news on our muggy meter is that our dew points stay in the 50s, so nice category for the muggy meter again today. That means as the kids head out to the bus stop, beep, beep, go ahead and throw a light jacket on them before they get to school this morning. And then numbers in the mid-70s for noontime and recess. Picking them up this afternoon, upper 70s and lower 80s. Should be a great afternoon for any kinds of those practices you have going on, or maybe you want to get out there and play a round of golf today. Nice day for that as well. 69 by 9 a.m., mid-70s into the noon hour, and we're going to be close to 80 by the time we head into the afternoon today. today. And some of us don't even get to the 80s. Check out these numbers in your city. In Westminster, it's 74. Reisterstown, same number there. 77 in Towson over through Lutherville and Timonium. 76 there in Perry Hall and White Marsh. Other areas here in Howard and Anne Arundel counties, you'll see the mid to upper 70s and close to 80 degrees for Glen Burnie and Pasadena down through Annapolis later today. And numbers across the country heating up in the Central Plains. 86 in the Twin Cities today, almost 90 in Omaha, 90 degrees in Dallas, 89 in Oklahoma City. So you can see where some of that heat is. And we're going to tap into that once we get closer to the second half of the weekend. Should be good to go for your car wash here Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. 3 greens across the board and really nothing to get in our way. We're not tracking any rain. We are going to track a change in our weather pattern by the time we get into Sunday and Monday. That's because this ridge of high pressure is going to slide off to the east and give us more of that southerly flow, which picks up more of the heat and humidity as we head into Sunday afternoon, which is the Ravens game on Sunday. Shout out to Michelle in White Marsh. That is Franklin right there. Look at Franklin the doggy. That's a very large tongue. Franklin just hanging out looking for that ball and enjoying the afternoon. So, Michelle, thank you so much in White Marsh. And again, some of your pet picks, JC Chambers at foxbaltimore.com. We'll put them on TV. There it is. Ravens home opener on Sunday, 89 for our high. And we're going to be in the 90s by Monday of next week. Do you guys see who just walked in? Olivia just walked in with food.
Yay!
Yes. All right.
Baby.
We're going to eat this morning. All right. Now we got to talk about traffic. Meg, what's going on?
It must not be too bad because our food got here quickly. It was delivered. Our Len Stoller Traffic Network up and rolling here. Our live cameras showing traffic moving, seeing some volume picking up, but no issues to report. Let's get a check now on mass transit. We have Mark Jones with the MTA. And Mark, I bet you guys are pretty relieved that there's a potential agreement here.
Yes, that's good news. Let's hope it follows through. Definitely. Good morning, Megan. Good morning, everyone. Out there on the MARC train system, you'll find train 845 and on the Camden line, along with Brunswick train 872, running about 5 minutes late. The other trains of MARC look good for the start. If your ride is on Light Rail Link, no delays. On time and on scheduled service there in both directions of Light Rail Link. Metro Subway Link is single tracking between the West Cold Spring and State Center stations. Expect delays. That's a result of construction or maintenance. Allowed time for travel on Metro Subway Link. For the MTA Transit Team, I'm Mark Jones.
City State's Attorney Marilyn Mosby's trial delayed again right here in federal court. Coming up, why prosecutors and her defense will be back here today.
A new consumer price index report shows high prices holding steady. Just ahead, how this will impact midterm elections. Time now 6:23.
Fox 45 News, winner of 17 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
626 in your consumer news this Thursday morning. Will inflation impact this year's midterm elections? That's the big question. That's what a lot of lawmakers and candidates want to know, especially after a new Consumer Report Index shows high prices holding steady.
Democrats focus on legislation they say will help, while Republicans place the blame on the president.
The Inflation Reduction Act is going to reduce prescription drug prices, health care prices, energy prices. There's a $300 billion down payment on reducing the deficit this year.
President Biden and House Democrats' reckless spending and failed far-left policies have plunged our economy into a recession.
We might not be in a recession quite yet, but the inflation rate now at 8.3% is worse in pivotal voting areas like Phoenix, which is dealing with a 13% rate, or Atlanta at 11.7%. Miami is at 10.7%.
And Democrats are hoping to maintain Senate seats in Arizona, Georgia, and try and pick up one in Florida. Dry and mild for your final days of summer. Meteorologist Justin Chambers will let us know what we can expect for the rest of the week.
The state's attorney is calling for a new trial for Adnan Syed, but some are questioning her timing. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, I'll explain why. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Good morning. Thank you for waking up with us on this Thursday, September 15th. I'm Megan Gillen.
I'm Tom Rogers. Full bellies around here. We're feeling great.
Had some breakfast burritos,
Yes.
a commercial break. We're ready for the weather. A beautiful day ahead of us.
Yeah, gorgeous morning. I wish we could have all taken our food outside because it's one of those where you could probably have breakfast on the patio this morning, at least have the windows cracked, guys, because it's feeling good. And we are I almost said feeling good in the neighborhood, but that's like a whole ad for another place. Either way, looking out from the top of the Transamerica building, a few clouds out there. there this morning, and temperatures that are mainly in the 60s. You see those on the right side of your screen. So Mr. Bo says we are good to go. Crack the windows as you're heading out to work or school this morning. Mid to upper 60s continuing for the next couple of hours. Now, our high today will actually be a little cooler than yesterday. Notice tomorrow we're back to 82, but look at Saturday's high of 85. That's an indication that we're going to warm up for the final weekend of summer. We'll take a look at just how much we warm up coming up in a few minutes from right now. All right, how are we looking on the roads, Tom?
Not bad at all, really. Looking great around the Baltimore region. There is a slowdown northbound 95. It's a construction zone that's starting there, so you're tapping your brakes, and we're talking up near Joppa Road there, and that's just because of the construction and the volume. So you may give yourself some extra time if you're heading from Baltimore to Bel Air.
It is 6:31 now. City State's Attorney Marilyn Mosby's federal trial is being delayed once again, and now the prosecution and defense are expected to be back in court today.
Mosby is facing 2 counts of perjury, 2 counts of making false statements on loan applications.
We have Shannon Lilly joining us live from the federal courthouse with what we could find out today. Shannon.
Yeah, today, Megan, federal prosecutors and Mosby's defense will be right back here where they started, working on a new timeline for this case that's already been pushed back before. In fact, we know jury selection was supposed to start right here at the federal courthouse today for the trial that was supposed to start next week. Now that's no longer the case, though. A judge here ruled the trial should be delayed after Mosby's defense team missed the deadline to declare expert witnesses. So federal prosecutors were able to successfully argue that they did not have enough time to find their own experts based on that missed deadline. The charges, though, surround the pandemic's impact on Mosby's travel businesses, which she says allowed her to withdraw this money from her retirement account early without penalty. Her defense attorney, A. Scott Bolden, spoke after the hearing, and he is furious about this delay, saying that Marilyn Mosby has been living with this indictment long enough.
I've talked about the business before, and the government has amnesia about it now. So in the interest of justice, Her Honor indicated that there were going to be a continuance. There was going to be a continuance. We vehemently opposed it. We're ready to go. And lastly, let's not forget my client is innocent as she stands here.
Well, you'll remember this trial was originally slated for April, but earlier this spring, the defense asked for a delay. So again, this is not the first time that it's been pushed back. We do know that court will reconvene at 2 p.m. today to try to figure out a new timeline for this trial. Reporting live from the federal courthouse, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Shannon. These are the charges Baltimore City State's Attorney Marilyn Mosby is facing.
Yeah, in fact, right here, you can see it. Count 1. This is perjury. Federal prosecutors saying Mosby lied when she requested $40,000 from her City of Baltimore Employment Retirement account, claiming it was due to financial hardship due to the COVID pandemic. And you can see investigators, though, say she checked this box right here, indicating one of those possibilities. Count 2, though, false statement on a loan application. Prosecutors allege Mosby signed an application for a $490,000 mortgage. You can see that right here on a Florida home, failing to disclose that she actually owed significant amounts of federal taxes.
Count 3, perjury for another COVID-19 hardship withdrawal. This time, prosecutors say she checked that box again that you see right there and received $45,000 from her retirement account. The indictment claims Mosby made more money in 2020 than she did in 2019. And count 4, a false statement on a loan application for another Florida home. This one in Longboat Key. Feds say that Mosby again failed to disclose the tax lien.
Our Mackenzie Frost will be back in court today when the trial officially begins. We'll have the latest developments both live on air and online at foxbaltimore.com. The other big story for the city state's attorney's office, more than 20 years after Adnan Syed was convicted of murder, the very office that prosecuted him wants that thrown out. Olivia Dance is joining us live this morning with the new developments and why this is happening now. That's a big question mark there, Olivia.
Yeah, Tom, that's right. The state's attorney said she started taking a fresh look at the evidence in this case a year ago, but now some critics are questioning her timing. 22 years ago, Adnan Syed was found guilty of strangling his girlfriend to death, but in a motion filed just yesterday, the state's attorney's office asked a judge to vacate his conviction, and prosecutors are now questioning the evidence that put him in jail for life.
The fact that they have been able to uncover 2 potential suspects, the fact that technology has aged so much that we now know that some of the cell phone data may have been unreliable, that the state relied heavily upon at trial. This is a stark contrast from the confidence that the state had in the case initially.
The state's attorney's office saying they've identified 2 unnamed suspects. They question the phone records used to convict Syed, and advanced DNA testing hasn't pointed to him either. However, the motion was filed just hours before a jury was set to be selected in state's attorney Marilyn Mosby's federal perjury trial. Sean Kennedy from the Maryland Public Policy Institute is questioning that timing.
She's had 8 years to review this case, and now she finds compelling evidence after she's been booted from office and after the federal court is going forward with her trial. It's not a coincidence that Marilyn Mosby is doing something that's in her best interest.
You may remember 4 years ago, Maryland's highest court refused to give Syed a new trial, and 1 year later, the U.S. Supreme Court rejected a new trial, too. But the state's attorney says she isn't convinced Syed is innocent, but that these findings call for a new trial, and she's demanding he be set free. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
All right, thank you, Olivia. First responders expressing frustration, say they're overworked. Ahead in our Fox Undercover this morning, the possible solutions to help with the worker crisis and make sure everyone gets the help they need.
And the weather staying in the 80s into the weekend. Meteorologist Justin Chambers will let us know when it starts heating up again. That's just ahead. 6:37.
Weather Window, presented by the National Weather Desk.
A very rare sight in Michigan, twinned rainbows. Unlike a double rainbow, twinned rainbows share a common base. Also, the colors of both are in the same sequence. In double rainbows, the colors are reversed. These twins form when 2 rain showers take place with different sized and shaped raindrops. Thanks to the viewer who captured this unique sight over Lake Huron.
For more content like this, like the National Weather Desk on Facebook.
To me. It is 6:40. The rate of new monkeypox cases is slowing in parts of the U.S.
Yeah, CDC Director Rochelle Walensky appearing before a Senate panel to discuss this virus. She says health leaders are pleased with the growth of the virus has declined, but notes that there are still areas in the U.S. where it is spreading quickly.
We approach this news with cautious optimism, recognizing that we must continue to aggressively respond to with our entire toolkit, including vaccination, testing, and education about risk to inform behavior change.
The World Health Organization says monkeypox cases globally have fallen by more than a quarter in recent weeks. Right now, the CDC reports there are more than 22,600 confirmed cases across the U.S.
Well, we're following developing news this morning as we wait to hear when Marilyn Mosby's trial will actually take place. Coming up in our 7 o'clock hour, we will hear from an attorney about what's next following this delay.
Old Bay fighting back against the pumpkin spice craze. Just ahead, we'll introduce you to the new seasoning to add to your fall recipes. 6:41.
Well, now in your morning rush, City State's Attorney Marilyn Mosby's federal trial delayed again. The move comes as jury selection was slated to begin today. After Mosby's defense team missed the deadline to declare expert witnesses, federal prosecutors successfully argued they didn't have enough time to find their own experts. And the charges surround the pandemic's impact on Mosby's travel business, which she says allowed her to withdraw money from her retirement account early without penalty. Defense attorney A. Scott Bolden is furious, he says, saying that Mosby has been living with the indictment long enough.
I've talked about the business before, and the government has amnesia about it now. So, in the interest of justice, Her Honor indicated that there were going to be a continuance. There was going to be a continuance. We vehemently opposed it. We're ready to go. And lastly, let's not forget my client is innocent as she stands here.
The trial was originally scheduled for May, but earlier this spring, the defense had asked for a delay. Prosecution and defense will be back in court today, though, to try and figure out the new timeline. I'm Mackenzie Frost. Will be following these developments. We'll have the latest both on air and online at foxbaltimore.com.
According to the White House, a tentative railway labor agreement has been reached. We have Olivia Dance joining us live now with the very latest. and what to expect of this. Olivia, this news broke just early this morning. What are you hearing about it?
Yeah, that's right, Megan. This breaking news averts the strike that would have impacted so many commuters nationwide and also here in Baltimore. Now, if the strike happened, Mark's Camden and Brunswick lines would have stopped service. But again, this news comes as a huge relief for commuters who rely on the trains to get to Washington, D.C. and other parts of Maryland. But I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, I'll have the latest updates, plus more background on the negotiations. Back to you.
Thank you, Olivia. Today, Baltimore City Council will be holding a hearing into last week's E. coli contamination. Shannon Lilly joining us live with more on that, and also, Shannon, the water testing that will be happening today.
Yeah, that's exactly right, Tom. People in the Harlem Park neighborhood are still highly skeptical of the water. So for some peace of mind, we're taking matters into our own hands. We reached out to some outside laboratories to come in and test their water and confirm whether or not it's safe to drink. And we expect that testing to happen today. Of course, we plan to be there. Also happening today is City Council's investigative hearing into the way that DPW responded to this water crisis. So 2 big events happening today. I'm going to have a whole lot more on both of these coming up in my next update. Now back to you.
All right, Shannon, thank you. 647 and trending now. If you love caramel and you're crazy about Old Bay, well, guess what? Those two are coming together here. Old Bay came out with a caramel naturally flavored seasoning. This small batch, expertly crafted blend can go on chicken, seafood, vegetables, popcorn.
Yes.
Seems like the most likely place. It's currently available for a limited time, and our executive producer just bought some this morning. So she's shipping. It could take like 10 days to get here, but we are very excited for this. I think we all agreed on popcorn. What else?
Popcorn, too. I'm thinking a little bit of ice cream, you know, like give that a little bit of salt and sweet.
Yeah, I could see that.
Maybe some creme brulee, some custard kind of
I do like the tweet, too, where they're like, pumpkin spice, never heard of her.
Yeah.
Like Old Bay is just so witty. I love that right there. But also, I love how you said caramel, because it is caramel. It's not the other thing.
It's caramel.
I know you say
It's
caramel.
spelled caramel.
And it's funny.
I live off of Mount Carmel Road, which is C-A-R-M-E-L, right?
You're right.
We are actually pouring caramel onto things.
It's funny because as I read that in the prompter, I felt your presence. I could hear you saying caramel at the same time, but I'm sticking with caramel.
I mean, look, we're an Old Bay community. We all love Old Bay, right? So, I mean,
it's good on everything. I put it on my eggs, not the caramel one, but the Old Bay.
But I think caramel. I think you're right. It has to be something that, like you said, the popcorn would be good.
Yeah.
And maybe on a burger. Thinking about the Ravens this weekend. You know, tailgating.
What about chicken wings?
Yes. More so that than the seafood. Like when they said seafood with the caramel, I'm like,
Did you think smoked meat, they do the sweet and salty?
Yeah, they do.
Good.
I think you should let us know if you would like it. Go to our Facebook and Twitter page, chime in, and let us know if you like or would try Old Bay and caramel.
Caramel, both
6:49 is your time right now. Our weather of 44. By the way, it's National Double Cheeseburger Day today, guys. So
how about that?
Let's just talk about that for a second. Shout out to our friends over there at Bowley's on the Bay. My wife and I had our anniversary lunch there the other day. They've got a lot of. I didn't see a double cheeseburger on the menu, but we had some really good burgers. There was an egg on one of them, and there was crab on the other one. It was like the crab dip. So anyway, Bowley's on the Bay. Highly recommend that. That's a great place to hang out by the water, or any place by the water today. Look at that sun that is rising. A little bit of the cloud cover right now as our little orb is rising in the east at this time. 65 your temp in Towson. Our dew point at 59 degrees. So the dew points are going to stay in check at least for the next couple of days. Check out the mugginess trend. Thursday and Friday, both in the comfortable and pleasant category. But look what happens as we head into the weekend. Those mugginess numbers are coming up a bit, and we'll have a little bit more of that heat and humidity to deal with on the second half of the weekend. As the kids get out to the bus stop, beep, beep, throwing that Old Bay in their lunch bag, 65 by 7 a.m., mid-70s for noontime and recess. And when you pick the kids up this afternoon, we're going to be talking about upper 70s and lower 80s for your afternoon numbers. Hey, speaking of grilling, I think it's going to be a great afternoon to do that. 4 o'clock this afternoon, upper 70s. Even those 70s continuing into that 5 o'clock hour, and as you're settling in to watch some football tonight, we're talking about lower 70s in that 7 and 8 o'clock hour. Mid to upper 70s and lower 80s for our highs today across central Maryland. Some of those numbers will be below average for this time of year. Even heading up to the north, look at those numbers there in northern PA and parts parts of New York in the 60s and 70s for highs today. Only 72 in New York City, but upper 70s and lower 80s for D.C. and Baltimore today. Now, here's that temperature tracker I was talking about, and look how much warmer we get. Our numbers stay near average for at least 2 more days, but really starting to rise right into the weekend. And Sunday and Monday, we're talking about upper 80s and lower 90s. It is going to be warm for that Ravens game Sunday afternoon in M&T. Here's a look at our future scan. All good to go. Really nothing to get in our way. We're not tracking any rain for the extended period. That ridge of high pressure is going to slide off to the east, and then that's going to pull in more of what we call that southerly flow. So we get more of that heat and humidity that we'll start to feel by the second half of the weekend. Shout out to Karen Hawk in Pasadena. Loves watching the show. And that is Levi Blue, ladies and gentlemen. And a happy birthday celebration to Levi, who is 11 years young today. Karen, thank you very much for sending me that picture from Pasadena on our Furcast Pet Pics. We'd love to see your pet pics, too. JC Chambers at foxbaltimore.com. All right, here we go. 7-day forecast. Yeah, we got the Ravens game Sunday. Great day for tailgating, but as I mentioned, 89 for a high, 90 on Monday, and we keep the upper 80s into Tuesday of next week. Those will be the final days of summer as autumn begins next Thursday. Back to you.
Thank you, Justin. Street racing joins a long-standing issue of dirt bikes and illegal riding in Baltimore. A look at the issue around the country in the city that says it's found a solution.
The Fall Harvest Festival kicking off next weekend. Just ahead, how you can take part in all the fun.
Oh, boom, another idea for the Old Bay caramel.
Ah, coffee.
Yes. Yeah.
We'll sprinkle on the froth. It's time now for a coffee break. Sounds good. Caramel. .55 and across the country, more and more street races are taking place on our public roads every day. This epidemic of speed is not only illegal, it's also really dangerous.
In today's Assignment America, national investigative correspondent Chris Daniels introduces us to a mother who knows those dangers all too well. We also visit a city that says that it has found a model for reducing the need for speed.
Across the country, it's become an activity on the rise. Taking over streets, blocking intersections, spinning donuts, and racing down roads and interstates. It's known as street racing, and it's often captured on videos that go viral. It took root during the pandemic when roads normally clogged with commuters suddenly emptied, opening the door to a surge in chaos on our streets with sometimes deadly consequences.
What did I do wrong as a mom? Was I too strict?
Ask Lily Trujillo about street racing and a December night in Los Angeles she will not forget.
I dropped her off. I saw her standing by the door. I got teary-eyed for no reason when I saw her. But little did I know that was the last time I was going to ever see her alive.
Lily's daughter, Valentina, was a passenger in a friend's car when the driver was challenged to a race.
He took off, going over 80 miles an hour, crashed against an SUV. If he didn't race, she'll be alive walking this earth with me. And that's when I said, a street racing, it's what killed her.
Today, many more communities are grappling with this potentially deadly problem. The insurance tracker known as Insurify says rates of incidents per capita have exploded in states like North Dakota, Idaho, and Wisconsin, with Wyoming being the #1 state for street racing in 2022. Virginia and Oregon also landed in the top 10. Worse yet, Spotlight on America discovered there is only a patchwork of laws across the country that criminalize this dangerous activity. According to Insurify, just in the 10 states they examined, the penalties for street racing range from just a $20 fine to a year of jail time. The city of Tacoma, Washington took matters into its own hands this year after the police department was inundated with calls and complaints, making it an epicenter of the street racing problem in America.
They just kept going and going for hours and hours.
Sarah Rumbaugh witnessed it herself after an evening stroll.
It really hit my heart that, you know, you have no control over where you're living. This is what's happening in your neighborhood.
My colleagues.
As a Tacoma City Council member,
I ask for my council colleagues' support in adopting.
She urged her colleagues to take action, and they quickly approved a city ordinance this spring to criminalize racing attendance. And what does that do?
It makes it illegal to be a spectator at one of these events.
So is there any evidence that it's done anything to deter street racing?
We don't have street racing anymore. It has worked.
A Spotlight on America examination of local laws shows only a handful of other places have banned spectating. In Utah, San Jose, California, and Fort Worth, Texas. As more laws get on the books, Lily Trujillo is focused on educating young people about the danger through speaking at schools and meeting with teenagers as part of her organization, Street Racing Kills.
You want to see your best friend dead right next to you, have that for the rest of your life.
For Spotlight on America, I'm Chris Daniels.
Baltimore Mayor Brandon Scott is expected to sign a bill by the end of this month on street racing.
Now, the bill calls for a $1,000 fine and up to a year in prison if convicted. But will it be enforced? Right now, the police department in Baltimore is understaffed, and the city state's attorney is not prosecuting what she deems low-level or certain crimes.
If I could curse, I'd tell you it was all bull.
Marilyn Mosby's legal team, well, steaming after another delay of her trial. Why the judge says it was the only reasonable option.
We just received new information on the nationwide railway negotiations. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, all the latest updates.
Sun is rising over our area this morning, and we are taking a look at temperatures that are not too bad right now, but heating up for the weekend. We'll break it down on Fox 45 Morning News. Let's go.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
It's straight up 7 o'clock on this Thursday, September 15th. Thank you for waking up with us. I'm Tom Rogers.
I'm Megan Gillen. Patrice Sanders is off this morning, and we're getting a check of your forecast as you get up and head out.
Yeah, in fact, you were just you saw the radar and you're like, wait a minute, what's there off the coast here? So a little bit of lightning strike count on your screen.
But nowhere near here, so we're all good. Yeah, that's a wide picture wherever that one is. Oh yeah, that's way out there. Yeah, don't even worry about that. And we're taking a look at no rain. Actually, for the next 5 or 6 days, guys, it's going to be a dry stretch here with that sun that is coming up. Full screen right there from our Mile 1 Auto Group cam. A few clouds are kind of hanging around right now. Weather story looks like this. Another cool morning. We're going to lead to a pleasant afternoon. Should be a very nice day to be outdoors, but a warmer weekend looms. Our yard and gardening cast, or gardening as it were, upper 70s and lower 80s as we get you into the afternoon today. Should top out right about 80 in Baltimore City, but some of us don't even get out of the 70s this afternoon, so that will be below average for this time of year. We'll take a closer look at that weekend forecast, including your Ravens game day forecast. It's all coming up in a few. Tom?
All right, thank you, Justin. Let's take a look at your Len Stoller traffic network. And you see your drive times here at 7 o'clock. A little bit of slowdowns around the outer loop there in the usual areas.
We vehemently opposed it. We're ready to go. And lastly, let's not forget my client is innocent as she stands here.
City State's Attorney Marilyn Mosby's federal trial delayed once again. It comes after Mosby's defense team missed the deadline to declare expert witnesses. Jury selection was slated to begin today. Now today, what we're expecting is the prosecution and the defense to be back in court to figure out a new timeline. This morning, former city prosecutor Kurt Nachman with EN Lawyers joining us live to weigh in on this. Kurt, good morning. Thanks for joining us.
Good morning. Thanks for having me.
Of course, you know, we heard Mosby's attorney mad, upset, frustrated, but they missed the deadline. He's an experienced attorney. Kurt, shouldn't he have been expecting this to be delayed?
Absolutely. I mean, this is not at all an unexpected delay. Anytime either the defense or the prosecution turns over something late, it's either going to get excluded or it's going to be a basis for a good cause delay in a case.
What are your thoughts behind this? Do you think they were trying to slide in an expert witness, or do you think they were ultimately trying to get the case delayed?
I don't think they were ultimately trying to get the case delayed. I think that they probably earnestly wanted the case to go forward. However, if you recall, they did disclose a different witness earlier on that turned out not to be favorable to them because of some quotes that expert had made in the Baltimore Sun. So it probably left the defense team scrambling for some additional information and to track down a different new witness.
Got you. So as we look as to what happens here, the timeline still up in the air. They're going to have a meeting here today on that, a hearing. What are you expecting? How would this normally play out?
Well, you know, she does have a right to a speedy trial. She has certainly vehemently asserted her right to a speedy trial. However, the initial delay, if you recall, was a function of the defense team. And so this delay being a function of the prosecution, the judge is going to look at it and look at her schedule, see what the court's availability is in terms of picking a jury, and then select a new date.
In your experience, how long does that normally take, Kurt? I know obviously it depends on what the court has going on, but for them to prepare for this witness, it seems relatively not a lot.
Well, and remember, I mean, this was a several-week-long trial, so you need to have a large jury pool available. And the federal court works a little bit differently than the state court, where they prepare months in advance. So this could be, you know, a multi-month delay, even though it's a small issue with regard to a single witness. So, you know, I would expect at least a 2 or 3 month delay so that the court can prepare and have the requisite number of jurors and obviously additional security for a high-profile case such as this.
We'll be watching to see what happens today. Meantime, Kurt, while this is all playing out, Mosby suddenly asking for Adnan Syed's sentence to be vacated after 7 years, that murder sentence. She's been in office there 7 years. Does the timing of this seem strange to you? She could have done this years ago. Do you think she's trying to you know, turn the attention away from her own trial, or is this just something she believes in right now?
You know, it's totally bizarre. There haven't been, at least to my knowledge, any new filings in the Adnan Syed case. There hasn't been any petitions for new DNA testing or anything of that sort. You know, obviously, I'm not privy to whatever internal investigation has revealed in the state's attorney's office, but the timing is absolutely curious in terms of coincidental with her trial and attempting to pander to Adnan Syed's followers.
Well, Kurt, we appreciate your time this morning and for weighing in. Thank you.
Thanks for having me.
Well, our Mackenzie Frost, by the way, will be back in court today when that trial again kicks off for that hearing. For the timeline, we're going to have the latest developments live on air and on FOXBaltimore.com.
Well, just as Megan was mentioning with our lawyer there, the other big story from the city state's attorney's office, more than 20 years after Adnan Syed was convicted of murder, that very office that prosecuted him wants that thrown out 22 years ago. Syed was found guilty of strangling his girlfriend to death, but in a motion filed just yesterday, the state's attorney's office now asking a judge to vacate his conviction. Prosecutors now questioning the evidence that put him in jail for life.
The fact that they have been able to uncover 2 potential suspects, the fact that technology has aged so much that we now know that some of the cell phone data may have been unreliable, that the state relied heavily upon at trial, this is a stark contrast from the confidence that the state had in the case initially.
The state's attorney's office saying that they have identified 2 unnamed suspects. They questioned the phone records, though, used to convict Syed, and advanced DNA testing hasn't pointed to him either. However, the motion was filed just hours before a jury was set to be selected in the city state's attorney Marilyn Mosby's federal perjury trial. Sean Kennedy from the Maryland Public Policy Institute questioning that timing.
She's had 8 years to review this case, and now she finds compelling evidence after she's been booted from office and after the federal court is going forward with her trial. It's not a coincidence that Marilyn Mosby is doing something that's in her best interest.
You may remember 4 years ago, Maryland's highest court refused to give Syed, a new trial. 1 year later, the U.S. Supreme Court rejected a new trial as well. Although the state's attorney says she isn't convinced Syed is innocent, but that these findings call for a new trial and demand he be set free. 7:07 and new this morning, the White House confirming there is now a tentative agreement between the labor unions and railway workers.
Yeah, Olivia Dance is joining us live now from a stop along the Camden line. And I know, Olivia, earlier you were waiting to try and speak with any of the commuters, first of all, that may have been nervous that this was not going to happen, and now hearing the latest news.
Yeah, Tom, we actually just saw several commuters get onto this train behind us here. And just in speaking with people in passing, they say that this news is a huge relief. But as you mentioned, that AP report that we got this morning says that President Biden says a tentative railway labor agreement has been reached. And again, this averts the strike that would have impacted so many commuters. But if the strike did happen this Friday, Mark's Camden and Brunswick lines would have immediately stopped service until a resolution was reached. But commuters who use those lines to get to Washington, D.C. and other parts of Maryland would have been greatly impacted. So again, this is great news for them.
I mean, I see a lot of people who get dropped off at the train station, or they get picked up, so they don't have any other means of transportation. I would really be crushed if I couldn't ride the train, because I've been depending on it for the last several years, and I've become accustomed to it, and I like riding it.
To give you some background, earlier this week, the Maryland Transit Authority alerted passengers that an ongoing labor dispute between CSX Transportation and its unions could result in the strike. CSX declined to answer any of our questions, but a representative from the Association of American Railroads sent a statement saying, quote, "Parties are meeting and working hard to try to reach an agreement in the interest of letting negotiations play out. We are not doing interviews or commenting at the moment," end quote. But so many commuters, again, rely on this train as their only means to get to work or just to avoid all that Maryland traffic. So this is a huge relief for them. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Some big news there. Olivia, thank you. Now to what is trending with the Ravens. On a whim, get this, there is a couple in Frederick County who decided to send an invite to their wedding to cornerback Marlon Humphrey. And guess what? He RSVP'd and he said yes.
Nick Winnell and Kylie Watson, they're planning for an October wedding and bought too many invitations. So they decided, hey, why not? Let's send it to our favorite Raven.
Humphrey posting to his Instagram story on Tuesday with a picture of the invite with the caption saying, "Not sure who this is that invited me to this wedding, but I'm coming."
I don't think any of the guests really know yet.
Our families do.
Yeah.
They're also, Ravens are their team, so they are elated to even know that he acknowledged the receipt of the invitation. But it would truly make our day that much more special.
I know he's got some style too, so I would expect him to show up dressed to the nines.
Awesome. So the Ravens are actually on the road in Tampa for Thursday night football, the day before the wedding. So they must be having a Friday night wedding. We're going to see if Marlon is a man of his word and if he ends up attending Nick and Kylie's special day. What do you think? Is he going?
I think so. I mean, they have to prepare a spot for him, too. You think, will he get a special location set aside? And
I think they should put him next to Grandma with the family.
Yeah.
You know, just make him part of the show.
Table one, right?
Definitely put him next to Grandma, because you know Grandma's going to have a good time hanging out with her Raven, and hopefully they'll be coming off a victory on that Thursday night. I haven't checked the schedule. I have it back there to see who they're playing that night.
Tampa, right?
Oh, it is Tampa?
Yeah.
That's right. It's in Tampa. You said that. So it's Brady. Oh.
Yeah, I know. Brady.
Even better.
What if they beat Brady and then he's all happy and then comes to the wedding? That'd be great. So anyway. All right,
what if he brings Brady as his +1?
Hey, Gronk's available. He's not doing anything. So, all right, let's take a look outside, guys. Right now, in fact, speaking of the Ravens game, the home opener, of course, is coming up this Sunday. It is going to be warm at M&T Bank Stadium. So I'm telling you right now, prepare ahead of time. We're going to be close to 90 degrees. Not so today. And looking out over the Inner Harbor, a very nice start and a calm start to your morning. Ahoy, boaters and watermen. Not too bad on your captain's cast either. North wind about 10 to 15 knots today. Waves about a foot or less. That high tide at the Patapsco coming in at 10:42 and goes out tonight at 4:57 p.m. We'll take a closer look at your forecast and how much warmer we get this weekend, the final weekend of summer. That's all coming up in just a few.
All right, Justin, thank you. It's so Baltimore. You autumn know fall is the perfect time to harvest fruits and vegetables. Did you like that?
Yeah, well, and everyone always says it's the dad jokes, but I mean, come on now. If you watch this show a lot, that's, Be More Lifestyle host Mark Clark joining us live from Shaw Orchards, and he's going to tell us more. Shaw's a great place to go and pick your own, right, Mark?
That's right. Pick your own season is on the way, guys. So see, these little babies are still growing. So this one right here, he's still green. He's not full grown yet, but look at his big brother. Oh my God, he's doing so well. And this right here is like his umbilical cord, keeping him alive and growing him up. So pick season's coming up. We'll talk about that coming up right here on Fox 45.
Can't wait. Mark, thank you. Well, here are the big stories we're following this hour. The city's crime crisis playing out in schools. Project Baltimore investigates a shift in policy when it comes to student discipline and a spike in violence.
Baltimore City Council holding a hearing today to investigate DPW's response to the water crisis. Coming up, what Fox 45 News is also doing to help ease concerns and get some answers. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
7:15 continuing coverage this morning. Today, Baltimore City Council pushing for answers following last week's E. coli contamination.
The hearing is going to dig to the bottom of how city leaders and DPW responded to the water crisis.
Well, right now, there are residents who say they don't trust the water that's coming from their faucet.
Shannon Lilly joining us live right now from downtown Baltimore with more on the testing happening in the area. Shannon.
Yeah, the level of concern for many of these residents, Megan, runs deep. And so today, city council members, as you mentioned, are going to be addressing those concerns, holding that hearing, investigating DPW's response to this water crisis. We are also taking matters into our own hands because many in the Harlem Park neighborhood are still refusing to drink the water.
I would like for the mayor to drink this water. And if he he can come over and have a glass of water with me.
Yeah, so that's Denise Knight that we first introduced you to earlier this week. Now, peace of mind could be one step closer for her and also her neighbors. Fox 45 News reached out to several Maryland Department of Environment approved water testing laboratories to test Knight's water. Atlantic Blue Water Services was one of the companies selected to do the job, and Ned Van Allen, an EPA certified water sampler and certified water specialist, details how this sample will be taken. Take a listen.
We'll go in, turn on the faucet, right? I'm going to test for chlorine to see if we have chlorine running through the house, right? Because I always start there. Then we'll take the sample bottle. I'll put gloves on. We'll grab the sample. I'll seal it, put it on ice, and take it directly to the lab.
So those specialists will be taking samples from Knight's home today. And of course, we plan to be there, and we will bring you updates as soon as we get those test results. In the meantime, City Council's hearing is also happening today, right at 1 p.m. Reporting live in downtown Baltimore, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
All right, time to get another check of our forecast.
That's right. Meteorologist Justin Chambers has got some great news over the next few days for us.
Yeah, absolutely. Tom, Megan, good morning to both of you. Good morning, everyone. Appreciate you making us a part of your morning routine. Let me step out of the way and let you enjoy that sunrise together. Our Mile 1 Auto Group cam showing us that nice sunny start to your day. It's actually a little bit warmer this morning than where we were yesterday, but it's weird because this afternoon we're going to be a little bit cooler. And all in all, we are keeping the humidity in check. That muggy meter in that nice category for a second day in a row with that drier air that is in place. So feeling pretty good outside. Taking a look at the bus stop forecast. Beep, beep. As the kids get out to the bus stop, maybe a light jacket this morning, but definitely won't need that by noontime. And even when you pick them up this afternoon, that 2 and 3 o'clock hour, upper 70s and lower 80s. Overall, a very nice afternoon. Great afternoon today, tomorrow, or Saturday to hang out by the pool on your pool cast. We still have some of that pool weather and that grill weather as well, especially as we get into Sunday's football game with the Ravens back in town. Mid to upper 70s here across Carroll and Baltimore counties today. Reisterstown at 74, 77 for you there, Towson and Lutherville, Timonium, Perry Hall and White Marsh in the mid 70s. Up and down the 95 corridor. Notice those numbers stay in the upper 70s and lower 80s for Philly and Baltimore down through D.C. The farther south you go, we will be in the lower 80s, and then as you go north, it'll be cooler. Notice New York City and Boston only at 72 today, so almost fall-like. Now, we are tracking our next tropical system. This is Tropical Storm Fiona. This is out here in the middle of the Atlantic, currently 50-mile-an-hour sustained winds. This is going to make a run at Puerto Rico and then potentially make a right turn and head north over the Dominican Republic into early next week. So we'll keep our eye on this to see if it's going to hold together. But right now, we are in the peak of hurricane season, and we're only at our 6th named storm so far. So hopefully we can keep that season quiet. Everything looking quiet, too, on our future scan. There's not much to talk about here as we continue to see dry weather and really no rain in sight. Today is the final Thursday of summer because next Thursday is the fall equinox. 46 days out until Halloween, and 10 weeks from today, my friends, Thanksgiving. Yeah, that's right. I got to remember the turkey name because you guys helped me remember Debbie the Christmas tree the other day, but I can't remember. And it was not Tom because that's too easy. So, all right, low 80s into Thursday and Friday, mid to upper 80s as we take you into the weekend. Again, it is going to be warm for the Ravens on Sunday, and we get close to 90 by Monday as well. Tom?
All right, thank you, Justin. Now let's take a look at your Lens Stoller Traffic Network. And we are seeing some of the slowdowns here in the normal spots around here. The outer loop right near Oak Ward and also 895 right near Boston Street because of the volume.
Job of the day. is sponsored by Antwerpen Auto Group.
Well, Fox 45 is getting Maryland back to work. Now it's time for our job of the day. United Way of Central Maryland looking to hire a community school coordinator. If you'd like some more information about this position, go to fox@baltimore.com. If you're an employer with jobs that need to be filled, send your information to news@foxbaltimore.com.
Radio traffic making the rounds on social media, highlighting a worker shortage among emergency responders. Still ahead in this morning's Fox Undercover, the concerns about morale and possible solutions.
And we're at Shaw Orchards this morning. Coming up, look, picking season is just around the corner. You might be able to snatch up one of these big babies like this right here. Woo! That's a big one. We'll tell you everything you need to know about picking season and pumpkins coming up next on Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning long.
Oh, it's so Baltimore. Right now in Maryland, it's the perfect time to harvest some fresh fruits.
Shaw Orchards has just what you need for the fall season. Starting to feel it. Be More lifestyle host Mark Clark live in Whitehall with all the pickings. And I'll tell you what, Mark, I've been holding on to summer, but that looks awesome. That looks fun.
This is for you, Megan. I got this one especially for you. Look, I saw this guy walking around the place and said, man, you walking around here like you own the joint. He's like, I do. This is Barron. This is his baby. This is his place. So this is picking season coming up, right?
Yeah. The pumpkin picking season, the apple picking season, it's all coming up real soon.
And the thing about your orchard, it's not just the pumpkins. It's not just the apples.
No.
Tell us everything else you got.
It's a long season for us. We started Memorial Day with strawberries. We've got something to pick every day, every weekend and all the way from there until late October. Blueberries, cherries, plums, raspberries, all kinds of stuff. And now it's time for pumpkins and apples.
And guys, you know, you guys have kids. You know how it is. It's always great to come out. You can talk about Mother Nature, but best of all, you can show Mother Nature, and also they can take some delicious fruits or vegetables home with them. So again, picking season is just around the corner. And again, Tom and Megan, I know you guys have kids. You know, some of the funnest times with the kids were coming out to the pumpkin patch and doing this, and they always remember this stuff, right?
Yes, that is their favorite thing to do in the fall.
Yeah, in fact, when I bring the kids out to Shawls, they love the tractor ride going out to the pumpkin patch. They were more excited about that than actually going out and picking the pumpkins. Yeah, it's a great place.
Well, look, up next, apples. Up next, we're going to check out the apples, but we're out here this morning.
And you need to ask Barron if he's ever heard of smokehouse apples or the real story behind that.
Well, I'll ask him, and we'll find out.
Off camera, off camera.
All right. Mark, thank you.
Okay. Okay.
We're going to
Thanks,
find
guys.
more information on our website, foxbaltimore.com/newslinks. I'm scared to ask, Tom. We've got a mostly sunny day ahead. Meteorologist Justin Chambers tracking the warm-up into the weekend, feeling more like summer.
City State's Attorney Marilyn Mosby's trial delayed again right here in federal court. Coming up, why the prosecution and her defense will be back here today.
Project Baltimore is sponsored by the Snyder Law Group. Call 410 the Firm. Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Good morning, everyone. Thanks for joining us. It is Thursday, September 15th. I'm Megan Gillen.
I'm Tom Rogers. We need to find out exactly how cool it's going to be, especially if you're just about to walk the kids down to the bus stop. Yeah, a couple layers maybe?
Maybe. Meteorologist Justin Chambers here with when you got to strip them off then when the sun comes out.
Yeah, I wouldn't say a couple layers because it's weird, guys. It's actually a little warmer this morning than it was yesterday, but still feels nice this morning. And then this afternoon, we're going to see those temperatures back to the upper 70s and lower 80s. So all in all, a very fall-like feel today and tomorrow, but it will be right back to that summer feeling by the time we get into the weekend. Beautiful shot in Towson right now. The sun is up and lighting up those buildings. Statewide, we're in the 50s out west in Cumberland and Oakland, 63 Hagerstown and Frederick. We're at 66 in Westminster and 63 in Baltimore City this hour. So a pleasant afternoon ahead after our cool morning. And then, as I mentioned, we will definitely warm up for the weekend. As you rise and shine next couple of hours, get that breakfast going, maybe thinking about brunch already. We're talking 60s and 70s getting you through the morning. And that sun's going to be up until 7:15 tonight. Guys, next week is the autumnal equinox. We'll talk about how those numbers change as we head into autumn in just a few. How's it looking on the roads, Tom?
Not bad. You know, it's 7:30 in the morning, and the commute's really starting to get a little bit thicker out there, so you can see some slowdowns. The only markers on the maps are, as my grandfather used to say, debris in the roadway, so some debris apparently around. That's about it.
7:31. Baltimore is on pace to see its 8th straight year with more than 300 murders, making our city one of the most deadly in America.
And as Project Baltimore's Chris Papps explains, it's become clear that schools are not immune to the violence. Some even say they're making it worse.
Project Baltimore has heard from teachers.
Have you ever been attacked by a student?
Numerous times. Many times.
Students.
A girl just hit me, and you were right there. I came to you to avoid the situation.
And parents.
She has been physically harmed at school. She got slapped across the face once. She got a death threat twice.
Each one concerned about the level of violence in Baltimore City schools.
Do you think schools have become less safe over the past 10 years?
Yes. Yes.
We even spoke with 2 city school police officers who in January asked to remain anonymous for fear of retaliation, but they wanted their message heard.
If there's no discipline, the child's going to do it over and over again because they haven't learned anything.
We have a victim who is a student here at Merville High School.
On September 2nd, 17-year-old Jeremiah Brogdon was shot and killed outside of Mergenthaler High School. Police say Brogdon got into a confrontation with a student from another school who pulled a gun. When these 2 officers spoke with us in January, they tried to blow the whistle, saying the violence on school property is getting worse, even if the data doesn't show it.
And disappointing because you're only making a statement to appease the people when you're not taking care of the problem.
From 2008 to 2018, the number of students arrested in city schools plummeted by 98%. In 2008, 971 students were arrested. 10 years later, it was just 18. These whistleblowers say arrests are down, not because schools are safer, but because school police have been told not to arrest students, even for more serious crimes like burglary and assault.
City schools is trying to keep arrest numbers down.
That's correct.
Why?
Politics, sir. To me, that's fruitful.
In 2017, FOX45 asked City Schools Chief of Police, Akil Ham, about the decrease in arrests. At the time, he told us his officers could be more effective in stopping crimes if they build relationships with students instead of arresting them for lower-level offenses.
We're not going to arrest all of the children. We're going to build positive relationships with kids. We're going to nurture kids.
But it's not just arrests that are significantly down. We can see a similar drop in suspensions. In 2007, more than 17,000 city school students were suspended for a variety of reasons, from fights to bringing a weapon to school. By 2020, that number was down to just about 4,500.
You're not teaching people or kids that it's not okay to burglarize. It's not okay to have a fight.
City schools will not do a current interview to discuss school violence. In January, we were told the district has implemented an intentional multifaceted strategy that has resulted in fewer student arrests and been held up as a national model. Months after issuing that statement, news broke that city schools confiscated 15 guns during the school year, the most ever, according to the police union. Then, to begin this school year, Brogdon was killed after dismissal, walking out of school. The boy who killed him, according to police, had a prior offense. But as a minor, the details have not been released.
I think that is ludicrous, and it's sad. They should be arrested and processed.
These officers say students who don't face consequences now will be more likely to commit serious crimes in the future, furthering the city's epidemic of violence.
There's always one bad apple, and if you don't correct that apple, it's going to continue to spiral in a negative way.
I'm Chris Pabst, and this is Project Baltimore.
Chris. Well, City State's Attorney Marilyn Mosby's federal trial being delayed once again, and now the prosecution and the defense are expected back in court today.
Mosby's facing 2 counts of perjury, 2 counts of making false statements on loan applications.
Shannon Lilly joining us live from the federal courthouse with what we could find out today. Shannon.
Yeah, today, Megan, federal prosecutors and Mosby's defense attorneys will be right back here where they started working to find a new timeline for this case that's already been pushed back before. In fact, we know jury selection was supposed to start right here at the federal courthouse today for the trial that was supposed to start next week, but that is no longer the case. A judge here ruled that the trial should be delayed after Mosby's defense team missed the deadline to declare expert witnesses. So federal prosecutors were able to successfully argue that they did not have enough time to find their own experts because of that missed deadline. The charges, though, surround the pandemic's impact on Mosby's travel businesses, which she says allowed her to withdraw money from her retirement account early without penalty. Her defense attorney, A. Scott Bolden, spoke after the hearing. He is furious about this delay, saying Marilyn Mosby has been living with this indictment long enough.
I've talked about the business before, and the government has amnesia about it now. So in the interest of justice, Her Honor indicated that there were going to be a continuance. There was going to be a continuance. We vehemently opposed it. We're ready to go. And lastly, let's not forget my client is innocent as she stands here.
Yeah, you'll remember that this trial was originally scheduled for April, but earlier in the spring, the defense asked for a delay. So again, this is not the first time that this has been pushed back, but we do know that court will reconvene at 2 p.m. today to try to figure out a new timeline for this case. Reporting live from the federal courthouse, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
All right, thank you, Shannon. Our Mackenzie Frost, of course, will be back in court today and when the trial officially begins. We'll have the latest developments both live on air and online at foxbaltimore.com.
Wheel of Fortune Live is coming to Maryland, and Fox 45 Morning News wants to send you there for free. Still ahead, how you could enter to win 4 tickets to the show happening September 25th.
And it's a bit cooler today, but summer lovers don't feel down just yet. Things are about to heat up in the Baltimore region. Meteorologist Justin Chambers tracking the temperatures for you in his full Weather Authority forecast. 7:38 your time.
7:41 is your time right now as we open the live window. We take you to Indianapolis, Indiana, where Indianapolis native Albert Van Tilzer wrote, "Take me out to the ball game." Speaking of which, 4 games back, my friends. Gunnar Henderson, huge night last night down the Beltway. They swept the Nats. They got to go to Toronto for 3 games. They're back here next week, your O's. And we're 20 games away from the end of the season. We got a real chance. We'll take a closer look at your weather for the Ravens home opener on Sunday, as well as the rest of your weekend coming up in a few. Meg?
Sounds good, Justin. And remember, you guys at home, you can track severe storms even when we're not on the air by downloading the free FOX45 Weather Authority app. Just go to your app store, search WBFF to get started.
Well, a tentative agreement has been reached, which means no rail strike starting tomorrow. Still ahead this morning, though, we're live from a train station to hear what commuters are thinking about this latest news.
And frustration from Maryland's first responders, why they feel overworked and what needs to change moving forward. 7:42, and you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, a local all morning.
For the third time, we told you we are out of service per EMS2 for relief. I'm completely prepared to tell my driver to disembark, and I will drive this thing in Inner Harbor.
As first responders saying they're overworked and need a break. His radio chatter you just heard picks up what appears to be a Baltimore EMT driver threatening to drive the ambulance that he had into the Inner Harbor. Joining us now for this week's Fox Undercover, former police commissioner, current talk show host Ed Norris. Ed, we're hearing this not just with police departments and trying to get more officers out on the streets, but now obviously first responders just overworked and they're just done.
Yeah, you can understand why. I mean, from the police perspective, they're down hundreds and hundreds of officers. They're turning out, we used to turn out 20, 25 police officers on a 4 to 12. Now it's like 6, maybe. And it's very dangerous for everybody, them, the public, of course. Same with, your first responders from the fire department, EMT and fire. Think about all the gunshot wounds, all the heroin overdoses, all the things they have to respond to. They've got to be overwhelmed.
Well, if they're overwhelmed, then that means it puts even more pressure. It's compounded now with the police officers that are showing up for their shifts. Now have to do with it if the EMTs are like, we're done, we can't do any more tonight. Somebody has to show up.
somebody got to show up. And the problem is, the public probably understands, is that, I've been on the scene before the EMTs on occasion, because you're on patrol. There's a lot more police.
That's why they give
there.
officers Narcan.
Right, they give more Narcan. But, when you respond to something that's serious, but gunshot wounds, heart attacks, you're not trained for this. You do your best. We get some training to stop bleeding and things like that, but you need the EMTs there. And the problem is, as you're waiting, it's like an eternity for us, but especially for the people who are in need. Right. So it's really a dangerous situation.
So then what changes here? I mean, if you're a police department and this is coming in, now that you have your EMTs maybe not showing up for a later time, does that mean you need to give even more training to police, or is it something that's just out of your hands?
I think it's a much bigger problem. It's out of their hands. I mean, they've got training. You get as much medical training as you're going to get. You can't expect the police to be, paramedics out in the street. Some are, but most aren't. You can't expect that. I just think you've got to address the bigger problem of hiring and retaining and keeping. They can't keep going by the size of the city. They've got to go by the level of violence, the incredible, out of proportion drug addiction we have. All these problems we have mean you need more per capita than most cities in America. You can't compare us pick a city in the country.
Like Philadelphia or something like that.
Seattle or Denver. Or
yeah.
You can't. You just can't.
So then Baltimore leaders, though, have been saying that. Mayor Scott saying that. He needs more money. He said, but we just had $650 million from federal brought in, and he's using that for a Safe Streets program, though.
I know. And I would, honestly, that's a necessity. You want to keep the streets safer. But I think the priority's got to be the police and fire departments here. You have to provide your first responders with the money and personnel and whatever they need. You've got to get it to them first. Safe streets is a great thing to have, but it's more of a luxury. It's beyond your necessities.
We're out of time, but the last thing for you then, Mayor Scott, though, you've heard years past, he wants to take charge of the police department, though. He says that it should not be in state hands. If EMTs are having a hard time, we've got education has a hard time, DPW is now having issues here. Do you think it's best interest for Baltimore citizens to have the mayor now taking over the police department?
The mayor is in charge of the police, but that is the biggest lie in America. Sure. Okay. When you can show me the last police commissioner appointed by the governor, I'll agree with you. It's run by the mayor's office. It's preposterous. It's an old law. It goes back to the Civil War, because the commissioner was a Confederate sympathizer and all that. It's antiquated. It's not in practice. I want to change it, change it.
There you go. Ed Norris, we'll leave it right there. Of course, you could always hear Ed every morning, Monday through Friday on 107.5 The Fan, 6 to 10 a.m.
All right, 7:48 now. Time to get another check of our forecast here on this Friday Eve.
Yeah, that's right. We have meteorologist Justin Chambers looking at the forecast, and it's kind of an open shirt, kind of a cooler, warmer
I want to roll like Ed, man, with his shirt open, just kind of hanging out. He's got his chains looking good and everything. I know he's on the radio right now, so he can't even hear us that we're talking, but it's all good.
Yesterday, though, when we recorded that, he did have a Mr. T starter kit going there.
Oh,
you know what
interesting.
I mean?
Interesting. Yeah. Okay. All right. Yeah, I love that. All right. We love Ed. We love you guys, too. Appreciate you stopping by, making us a part of your morning routine. Looking out over the Inner Harbor right now. Toyota Inner Harbor Skycam. All in all, not too bad. Couple of clouds hanging around. It's actually just a smidge warmer than we were yesterday at this time, but still feels very nice to get your morning run or your jog in as you're getting the kids out to school. Notice that our dew points are going to stay in check at least for 2 more days. That mugginess trend stays in the comfortable category, but Saturday, Sunday, Monday starts to get back up into that little sticky category as we'll have some more of that heat and humidity. Now, lack of rain means you got to get the sprinklers on because we had all that rain over the weekend and early this week, but we're not going to see rain for quite some time, so you're definitely going to get some browning on the grass if you don't keep the lawns watered. Mid to upper 60s over the next couple of hours, always a good time, even when we have cooler temperatures to put it on in the morning time or the evening time. We're taking a look at those numbers across the board today. Westminster and Bel Air, mid-70s, 77 for you, Chestertown, 78 in Stevensville, right about 80 in Baltimore City this afternoon. The heat today is in the Central Plains, all the way up to the upper Midwest, 81 in Chi-Town, 85 in St. Louis, almost 90 in Memphis this afternoon, 87 in Nashville, and 90 in Dallas. Some of that heat moves in our direction by the time we get to the weekend. We're tracking Tropical Storm Fiona. The latest update from the National Hurricane Center just came in a couple of minutes early. Still 50-mile-an-hour winds, so it is a low-end tropical storm. Expected to stay at tropical storm strength as it makes its way to Puerto Rico by Saturday. Notice that little right turn right there by early next week and also gaining in intensity. So we'll have to keep our eye on that to see if it it makes a run at the U.S. But right now, this is only the 6th named storm we've had so far this season, which has been very quiet. Here's a look at our future scan, also staying quiet. Again, no rain in sight as we're going to stay mainly dry for the next couple of days. Karen Hawk in Pasadena, shout out to Levi Blue, looking great right there on the doggy birthday with the bow tie and the hat on. Thank you so much, Karen, for sending that picture in from Pasadena. We love that you watch out there. We love that you send the pictures in. JC Chambers at foxbaltimore.com. There we go, Ravens fans. Sunday afternoon, great for tailgating in the morning. 89 on Sunday, and that's going to be a warm day to be at the stadium, so you want to stay hydrated for sure. Right about 90 on Monday, so again, those temperatures stay well above average into early next week. Those will be the final days of summer. Tom?
Thank you, Justin. Happening this morning, Wheel of Fortune Live coming to Maryland, and you have a chance to go for free. Yeah, Wheel of Fortune Live tour performance is happening. You cannot right now because you work here at this location. You can't buy anything.
Big money.
This is happening, the Hall at Live Casino in Hanover, September 24th and 25th.
Can't you hear the rounds of applause happening? Yeah. Your cue to call is coming up in about an hour. You got to wait for the cue, and then the 10th caller will win 4 tickets to the show on the 25th. And then Friday, that's tomorrow, you could have the chance to win VIP tickets to the experience. Here comes the bride and the cornerback. How a pair of Ravens superfans are bringing purple pride to their special day.
And Spice Baby. Yeah, the new Old Bay seasoning with a twist that will have you ditching pumpkin spice.
All right, stop, collaborate, and listen.
That's pretty good. Iced Coffee's back with a brand new edition.
Take a coffee break. Happening now. Today marks the start of National Hispanic Heritage Month.
It's observed each year, starting September 15th and then runs through October 15th.
National Hispanic Heritage Month celebrates the histories, the cultures, and the contributions of Americans whose ancestors came from Spain, Mexico, the Caribbean, and Central and South America.
Now, in 1968, it was celebrating Hispanic Heritage Week. In 1988, it expanded to 30 days and became written law.
If you love caramel and you are crazy about Old Bay, you might want to get your hands on McCormick's Old Bay Caramel Seasoning.
Small batch, expertly crafted blend can go on either your chicken, seafood, vegetables, popcorn. We came up with a whole lot of other things. Ice cream. It's currently available, though, for a limited time.
I have a friend who works for McCormick. I'm texting her right now. We got to get this.
Okay. Pumpkin spice, never heard of her. See that?
That's pretty good. Well, you are never too...
It brings her to life. She just comes to life when she's around people.
You are never too old to party. Why, one 96-year-old is celebrating her birthday at her favorite place, the gym.
A tentative deal now in the works, avoiding a train workers' strike still ahead this morning. The new response from the Association of American Railroads. 7:57's the time. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
7:59, and we're following two big stories for you this morning. Prosecution and defense back. They're set to return to court today as we await to find out when Marilyn Mosby's federal trial could begin. And just this morning, President Joe Biden now saying they have reached a tentative railway labor agreement, averting that strike. We're live from Mark Train's stop this morning to hear what people think about this development. Well, good morning on this Thursday, September 15th. I'm Tom Rogers, and Patrice Sanders has the day off. We want to start with meteorologist Justin Chambers. He's looking at your forecast and a little bit cooler, but you said not as cool as it was yesterday.
For the morning time,
Yeah.
Tom, yeah, it's kind of weird where we're kind of flipping things up because this afternoon will be cooler. We're going to see temperatures in the mid to upper 70s and even close to about 80 degrees. We hit 82 yesterday. Overall, though, these numbers are not too bad. In fact, feeling a little fall-like as we're a week out from the brand new season officially. Our Towson live shot looks great. 61 in Cockeysville. We're at 64 in Towson. You're also at 64 in Glen Burnie and Pasadena. Essex Middle River checking in at 66. So out for a run or a jog in the next couple of hours, upper 60s and lower 70s. Overall, mild conditions for your exercise outdoors, and right about 80 for our high today with sunny skies and dry air. Sun will be up until 7:15 tonight. We're back with your forecast, which includes a warmer weekend, including how it's going to shape up for that Ravens game coming up on Sunday at M&T Bank Stadium. Tom, how are we looking on the roads right now?
Not bad. The congestion really here at 801. You see the red and the yellows all around the inner and outer loops there. And it's no incidents marked there. It's just because of the sheer volume of people that are out on the roads. Well, this morning, we are following two big stories involving Baltimore City State's Attorney Marilyn Mosby, a showdown in court over her federal trial today. This afternoon, we should hear more about the next steps when it comes to that delay in Mosby's federal trial. As this is unfolding, this morning we speak with former city prosecutor Kurt Nachman.
This is not at all an unexpected delay. Anytime either the defense or the prosecution turns over something late, it's either going to get excluded or it's going to be a basis for a good cause delay.
Now, the trial was originally scheduled for April, but earlier this spring, the defense, Mosby's defense, asked for a delay. Today, Mackenzie Frost will be back in court, plus when the trial officially begins, she'll be with it the entire length of it. We have the latest developments both live on air and online at foxbaltimore.com. Second big story we are following is Mosby's office moving to vacate the murder conviction of Adnan Syed. Now, our office saying prosecutors have new evidence and are pushing for a new trial. We'll have more on that coming up in our next half hour. New this morning, the White House is confirming there's a new tentative agreement between labor unions and railway workers. Now, according to the AP report we just received this morning, President Biden says the tentative railway labor agreement has been reached. This would be averting the strike that would have impacted many commuters. In fact, commuters who use the lines to get from D.C. and other parts of Maryland would have been greatly impacted. So this is just great news for them to hear.
I mean, I see a lot of people who get dropped off at the train station or they get picked up, so they don't have any other means of transportation. I would really be crushed if I couldn't ride the train because I've been depending on it for the last several years and I've become accustomed to it and I like riding it.
Well, for background, earlier this week, Maryland Transit Authority alerting passengers the ongoing labor dispute between CSX Transportation and its unions could result in a strike. Well, we just received a statement from the Association of American Railroads, which reads in part, parties are meeting and working hard to try and reach an agreement. In the interest of letting negotiations play out, we are not doing interviews or commenting at the moment. Well, so many commuters rely on the train as their only way to get to and from work or just to beat the Maryland traffic. So this breaking news this morning will be a huge relief. Also this morning, we're waiting to hear if Amtrak will change its plans after announcing long-distance trains will be canceled over fears of that rail workers' strike. So the Northeast Corridor Acela trains will not be affected, but those 2 out of the 3 MARC lines would have stopped, but now there's no need for that. Continuing coverage this morning. Baltimore City Council is pushing for answers today following last week's E. coli contamination. The hearing will dig into the bottom of the city leaders and DPW's response to this water crisis. Well, right now, there are residents who say they still don't trust the water that's coming out of their faucets. Shannon Lilly joins us live this morning from downtown Baltimore with more on the testing that's happening in the area. Shannon.
Yeah, the level of concern, Tom, for many of these residents runs deep. And today, as you mentioned, City Council will be addressing those concerns with their investigative hearing into DPW's handling of this whole water crisis. In the meantime, though, we're also taking matters into our own hands because people in the Harlem Park neighborhood, a lot of them are still refusing to drink the water.
I would like for the mayor to drink this water. And if he like, he can come over and have a glass of water with me.
Yeah, that's Denise Knight that we first introduced you to earlier this week, but now peace of mind could be coming to her and her neighbors. We reached out to several Maryland Department of Environment approved water testing laboratories to test Knight's water. Atlantic Blue Water Services is one of the companies selected to do the job, and Ned Van Allen, an EPA certified water sampler and certified water specialist, is detailing how the sample will be taken. Take a listen.
We'll go in, turn on the faucet, right? I'm going to test for chlorine to see if we have chlorine running through the house, right? Because I always start there. Then we'll take the sample bottle. I'll put gloves on. We'll grab the sample. I'll seal it, put it on ice, and take it directly to the lab.
Yeah, so those specialists will be taking samples from Knight's home today. And of course, we plan to be there, and we will bring you updates on that testing as soon as we get those results. In the meantime, City Council's hearing is set to happen at 1 p.m. this afternoon. Reporting live in downtown Baltimore, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
Well, new video just released of Russian and Chinese navies performing joint drills in the Pacific. After the break, the goal from Russian officials.
Starting off nice for your Thursday morning, almost the weekend, the final weekend of summer. And let me tell you, we got some summer heat we still get to deal with. We'll break it all down for you coming up on Fox 45 Morning News, where we are all local all morning. Welcome back. 8:09 is your time right now. Let's open up the live window, take you to Las Vegas, Nevada, my hometown. 5 o'clock in the morning there. Going to be about 90 degrees in Vegas. And by the way, speaking of Vegas, Ravens 3.5-point favorites against the Dolphins on Sunday at M&T Bank Stadium for the home opener. So we'll see what happens with that. We'll talk about the temperatures that'll feel Vegas like on Sunday here at home. We'll take a closer look at that coming up in a few. Tom?
All right, thank you, Justin. 8:10 now, and from the Live Center for you this morning, Russian and Chinese navies just releasing this new video, though, of joint drills happening earlier this morning in the Pacific. Russian officials saying the goal is to strengthen naval cooperation between those two countries. This as Russian President Vladimir Putin arrives in Uzbekistan ahead of closely watched talks with China's president today. Now, Xi Jinping is arriving just shortly before, and then the trip marking Xi's first visit abroad since early 2020 and the onset of the COVID pandemic. According to the Kremlin, though, the pair are planning to discuss the war in Ukraine and other international and regional topics. This is leaders' second meeting this year because they last met at the Winter Olympics in Beijing in February. That was shortly before Russian troops invaded Ukraine. Now, following that meeting, the two leaders issued a joint statement, writing in part that the friendship between their countries had, quote, no limits. You can download the Fox 45 News app for breaking news, up-to-minute traffic conditions, school closings, and weather anytime. Just search WBFF in your app store. City's crime crisis playing a part in schools. Project Baltimore investigates a shift in policy when it comes to student discipline and a spike in violence. And new inflation numbers dropping this week does not bring great news to Americans. What, if anything, needs to be done to get inflation under control? 8:11 now, Eastern Time.
Fox 45 News, winner of 17 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
(8:14) New inflation numbers released this week, revealing mostly bad news. While it may have eased a bit from 8.3% down from the previous month's 8.5%, there was another sharp rise in food prices in August. This morning, David Williams with the Taxpayer Protection Alliance joins us to discuss the new numbers and what, if anything, can be done to bring inflation finally under control. David.
Good morning, Tom. And that's right. Inflation was down a little bit last month, but you can't look at this month to month. This is a year-to-year comparison, the 8.3%. And basically, this time last year, things were 8.3% cheaper. And if you look at the past year, wages have gone up only 5%. So I'm not a super mathematician here, but when inflation is 8%, wages go up 5%, there is still a huge gap here. And we're talking about food. Boy, this is really getting out of control. Eggs are 40% more expensive. Milk and bread, 17% more expensive. And these are the staples of households, right? And also, when you go to a restaurant, things are a lot more expensive. So I don't know if the White House really should be celebrating. And listen, energy prices went down a little bit, but they are going to spike again in the winter because that's when the heavy consumption of natural gas, heating home oil, that's when things are really going to get chugging along in the energy sector. So this, slight dip may only be a temporary slight dip.
Yeah, and as you were saying, 5% increase in wages. I mean, I think a lot of people would just be lucky to get even half of that right now. A lot of companies not doing that. Tuesday, though, the president hosted a celebration on Inflation Reduction Act that was met with like this big cheering ovation from his party. Will this legislation, though, help with any of our inflation?
Well, this is a really weird event that he had because he had James Taylor singing Fire and Rain. The stock market was tanking. It was really bizarre. And unfortunately, this legislation doesn't look at food prices. It gives more money to green energy, and it's not going to reduce inflation. And then this is fascinating. And Tom, I don't know if you heard this from Senator Manchin, but he was interviewed, I think it was by Fox, and he said, well, I'm past that. I'm past this legislation. We're looking past that. Well, the American public isn't because inflation is still out of control. And I think this is what Congress does is they pass these laws and they just move on from it. But we don't, and we can't because we're paying the price.
Yeah, well, and then also with the green energy, we're talking about in the electric vehicles here, he's pushing that out into Detroit, while people, even friends of mine in California, say we've got electric vehicles only now because that's what we were supposed to do, but we can't charge them because Newsom's telling us to cut back on our energy. But will the feds, though, raise interest rates again, though? That's happening here in the next few days. We keep spending and sending billions to Ukraine, though, at the same time.
Yeah, and the Fed really has to do this because you have to reduce the money supply. That's how you tame inflation. So if you raise interest rates, it opens up a whole can of worms for other problems because that means credit card rates are going to go up, and you're going to see people overextend themselves and possibly, call for bankruptcy. So listen, there's no good news here. I hate to say this on Thursday, getting ready for the weekend, but there's no good news here. When it's 8.3% inflation, you had the Fed raising interest rates. The economy is really struggling right now.
David Williams, thank you with Taxpayer Protection Alliance. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, well, not great news coming there as we're talking about money, but we do have some good news coming from the Weather Authority Center. Meteorologist Justin Chambers looking at our forecast for us.
Yeah, good morning, Tom. And that's exactly right. I mean, we're going to keep things kind of on this nice stretch that is going to be near average temperatures, no real heat wave to speak of, but we are going to still see some warmer numbers. In fact, if you are upset that summer is almost over, and a lot of folks think summer just flew by because, as we get older and busier, it always seems to go faster. We've still got some summer heat that we're going to get through here by the time we get to the weekend and early next week. But really looking nice here from our Mile 1 Auto Group cam there in Towson. The muggy meter today staying in the nice category today and tomorrow. So a nice break from the humidity. It's coming right back, however, as we get into Saturday, Sunday, and Monday. Hank the Bird, morning, Hank. There he is, yeah. Upper 60s next hour on your Bird is the Wordcast with mid-70s by noon and into the upper 70s and lower 80s for the afternoon today. The average is 81, so most of us will be in the mid to upper 70s. Your town and Bel Air at 74 in Harford County today, 77 in the capital, Annapolis, 76 in Columbia this afternoon. And you can see if you're heading to D.C., close to 80, and a little cooler to the north up into Philly and New York. NYC only at 72 this afternoon. Heading down the ocean, we're looking at Ocean City and Rehoboth with temps in the mid-70s. Great beach weather with that temperature in the water at 75 degrees. Not only today, but if you get a beach weekend here to wrap up summertime, we're talking about mid-70s down the ocean. All right, here's a look at our temperature tracker. As I mentioned, we're warming up. So Saturday, we're back to the mid-80s, above average. And then look at that kind of little hump right there. Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday, upper 80s and lower 90s. Those are going to be some of the warmest days that we've had in a while. And we're going to have that right as we wrap up the season of summer because summer ends officially next Thursday night when we have the autumnal equinox. Here's a look at our future scan. Are we tracking any rain? Nah, not really seeing any of that at all. In fact, we're not going to see much of anything in terms of that ridge of high pressure. It's going to be shifting off toward the east, and that's going to help to pull in a southerly flow that increases our humidity and also picks up our temperatures as we head into the second half of the weekend and into early next week. But looking nice and dry for the Ravens game on Sunday afternoon. Shout out to Gwen Ford, my friend over there in Middle River. That's Gidget and Bruno, and she says Gidget and Bruno enjoying the last couple of days of summer. And she's exactly right. Gwen, thank you for that shot. Look at this. We're 7 days until the fall equinox, just 46 days from Halloween, and Terrence the turkey, 10 weeks from today, 70 days for Thanksgiving. That's my favorite holiday. All right, here we go. Our 7-day forecast. Got that Ravens game on Sunday. It's a 1 o'clock start. Tailgating will be great, but it's going to be warm by the end of the game. Upper 80s is what we're talking about. And then right at 90 on Monday before those numbers eventually start to back off toward the middle of next week. All right, Tom, how are we looking on the roads, bud?
Looking great, except for the Harbor Tunnel. In fact, northbound 895, right there, you see the red dot on the screen covering up the 895 symbol there, and that's because two-vehicle collision northbound, and it's causing some delays. There's still some usual volume delays heading southbound, but the northbound delays are because of that two-vehicle accident inside the tunnel.
City State's Attorney Marilyn Mosby's trial delayed again right here in federal court. Coming up, why the prosecution and her defense will be back here in court today.
We're at Shaw Orchards this morning. Good news, picking season is just around the corner. Coming up, we're talking apples. Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning long.
Oh, it's so Baltimore. We're getting you ready for the harvest season at Shaw Orchards. And Be More Lifestyle host Mark Clark is live in Whitehall this morning with all the fresh pickings. And were you able to get the apple out of your teeth yet, Mark?
I definitely, you saw my teeth struggled with the Crimson Crisp, Tom, and we did get the information on what you asked about the smokehouse and the apple. But this is Nathan. Now, Nathan is Barron's right-hand man. If you see him, he's working, he's running everything. So Nathan, picking season is just around the corner. We talked about the pumpkins, we talked about the apples, so people can actually pick their own apples, right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We have plenty of apples to pick from, plenty of varieties, and then in the September and October, there'll be pick your own opportunities with pumpkins and apples.
Now you're working around this place, man. What do you love? I mean, the view's amazing. What you guys are doing is amazing. What's your favorite part of this situation? Because you actually are the right-hand man. You do everything.
Well, it's just doing something different every day. I'm here all 4 seasons. I get to see when snow's on the ground, when the leaves change, when they fall, when all the flowers start blooming on the trees. It's just a beautiful place to work, and I'm always doing something different.
And, again, if you want to find out when's the best time to come or when the picking seasons are going, you can go to the website, shaworchards.com, and you can see exactly in real time when you can come out and pick for the season. And so this is first of all, the weather is beautiful. We got the cool wind blowing in. Is this your favorite time of the year? Or what's your favorite time of the year out of this beautiful place?
I'd say my favorite time of the year is fall, especially pumpkin picking and apple season at the same time. You can't beat that.
Well,
you get to see so many new faces.
Well, again, if you come out here, look for Nathan and Tom. We have the information on the smokehouse apple. Yeah. Now, I was told by Barron that the smokehouse apple is it's like forever, right? It's like a forever apple. Is that what did you know, Tom? You have a secret on the smokehouse apple?
Well, we heard it was different. Our own John Crossid, who is a producer here, just retired for years. I think he was here for like 50 years or something like that. He told us that he has smokehouse apples up in Pennsylvania. He loves them, but he found out a difference about the name. They weren't actually found behind the smokehouse. They were found behind another house that's outdoors. So didn't make good marketing. That's why Shaw's doesn't carry them. A lot of orchards don't have them in their lineup because they're like, it wasn't behind a smokehouse. It was behind another house. So yeah, I just wanted to know if Barron knew that, the history too.
Well, Tom, I think you had a tainted history, but yes, Barron knows. Coming up.
Yeah, all right, thanks, Mark.
We'll be back with more.
Shaw Orchard's a great place to do it. They don't have the smokehouse or the other house apples there for a reason. If you'd like some more information about how you can go pick your own, go to our website, foxbaltimore.com/newslinks. Another cool start to your morning with mostly sunny day ahead. Meteorologist Justin Chambers has a look at how the temperatures are holding up for your last weekend of summer. And this morning, Project Baltimore investigating violence in our schools, the connection to city violence on the streets. 8:27 is the time. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Project Baltimore is sponsored by the Snyder Law Group. Call 410 the Firm. Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Good morning. Welcome to Fox 45 Morning News on this Thursday, September 15th. I'm Megan Gillen. Let's check right in with meteorologist Justin Chambers. He's got a look at the forecast and looking pretty good.
Yeah, it really is not bad, Megan. We talked about how the last couple of mornings have been nice and cool. We have the windows open when you're driving to work or school. And as you head out to the afternoon today, we are going to see things looking nice as well. We're looking pretty good right there. You can see from our downtown camera, our inner harbor sky cam, and Captain's Cast looking pretty good too. So boaters and watermen, if you're going to be out on the water today, not much wind. A little bit of a northerly wind will pick up later this afternoon, but it's going to be a pleasant day to be outside. And then we're definitely warming up as we head toward the weekend. So you can see in your yard and gardening cast overall, not too bad if you're going to get out there and get the grass cut or the garden all ready for fall with planting those mums. Our next 3 days look like this: 80 today, 82 tomorrow, and then look at Saturday, 85. That's starts our warming trend. We'll talk about just how high those numbers go for the final days of summer coming up in just a few. Meg?
All right, Justin, thank you. It is 8:31 here this morning, and Baltimore is on pace to see its 8th straight year with more than 300 murders, making our city one of the most deadly in America. And it's become clear that schools are not immune to the violence. Project Baltimore's Chris Papps joining us live this morning to weigh in on this. Chris, good morning.
Yeah, good morning, Megan. We spoke with a couple Baltimore City School police officers back in January, and they were really blowing the whistle on what was happening here. And you're saying in your intro that the school systems are not immune from the violence that we're seeing in Baltimore City. Well, these two police officers say that the lack of consequences that students are getting for their lower level crimes they're committing inside of the school is contributing to what we're seeing outside of the school, in that they're committing more serious crimes because they're not getting the consequences for the ones they're committing in the school system. And we've been reporting on this for years, the violence in the school system. We've reported that arrests are down 98% over 10 years. 98%. And the school police officers are telling us that it's not that the kids are acting differently. It's just that they're not being held accountable for what they're doing. Assaults, robberies, burglaries, things like that. They're just not being held accountable. They get out into the city, they commit these crimes, according to the school police officers, and worse crimes because they're not being held accountable in the schools.
Let me ask you this, Chris. Are they not being held accountable within the school system and their rules inside the building, or not being held accountable in the city itself?
Well, in the schools made a change about 10, 12 years ago where they decided that the way that they were going about handling disciplinary issues with students was going to change. So we see this dramatic drop over 10 years of 98% in arrests. We've seen a drop in suspensions and expulsions by about 75%. Now, no matter what you think about those two issues and how the students should be disciplined for misbehaving, what the school police officers are saying is that there's nothing happening to these students, and they're just being turned right back over to their parents, and they're reoffending. And you can see the level, the trajectory in Baltimore City, the crime going up over the past 8-10 years. And you saw last year that Baltimore City schools confiscated the most guns, according to the police union, ever, at 15. You saw a student a couple weeks ago shot and killed at Mervo High School. We've seen at least 3 guns already confiscated this year in the first couple weeks in Baltimore City schools. All of this, Megan, the police officers are saying is tied together. And it all goes back to students at a young age learning that there's consequences for their bad behavior, but those consequences, they're not seeing those consequences in the school system.
We'll have to wrap there, but I know, Chris, so many wondering why, how, and you guys are going to be trying to answer some of those questions for us. Thank you as you work to get answers. Well, we do have live team coverage for you this morning on our top story surrounding Baltimore City State's Attorney Marilyn Mosby. In just a few minutes, Olivia Dance is going to be joining us live with what is next in the high-profile trial of Adnan Syed. But first, Marilyn Mosby facing 2 counts of perjury, 2 counts of making a false statement on a loan application. Shannon Lilly joining us live from the federal courthouse with what we could find out today. Shannon.
Yet today, Megan, federal prosecutors and Mosby's defense will be right back out here working on a new timeline for this case that just keeps getting pushed back. In fact, jury selection was supposed to start right here today at the federal courthouse for the trial that was set to start next week, but that is no longer the case because a judge here ruled that the trial should be delayed after Mosby's defense team missed the deadline to declare expert witnesses. So federal prosecutors were able to successfully argue that they did not have enough time to find their own experts because of that missed deadline. Now, the charges surround the pandemic's impact on Mosby's travel businesses, which she says allowed her to withdraw money from her retirement account early without penalty. Her defense attorney, A. Scott Bolden, spoke after that hearing. He is furious about this new delay, saying that Marilyn Mosby has been living with the indictment long enough.
I've talked about the business before, and the government has amnesia about it now. So, in the interest of justice, Her Honor indicated that there were going to be a continuance. There was going to be a continuance. We vehemently opposed it. We're ready to go. And lastly, let's not forget my client is innocent as she stands here.
Well, you'll remember the trial was originally scheduled to start right here in April, but earlier this spring, the defense asked for a delay. So again, this is not the first time that it's been pushed back. We know that court will reconvene here today at 2 p.m. to try to find a new timeline for this case. Reporting live from the federal courthouse, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
The state's attorney is calling for a new trial for Adnan Syed, but some are questioning her timing. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, I'll explain why.
And mostly sunny again today with highs close to 80. Meteorologist Justin Chambers with a look at when we're going to start heating up again. 8:37 now, and you're watching Fox 45 Morning News. All local, all morning.
Welcome back, everybody. We're just about 20 minutes in front of 9 o'clock. It is Friday Eve, getting all set for your Ravens weekend, the home opener, and looking good out over the Inner Harbor. Boaters and watermen, not a bad day to be on the water today. We'll take a closer look at your forecast and how much warmer we get for the weekend coming up in just a few. Meg?
All right, Justin, thank you. It's 8:40 and developing now. More than 20 years after Adnan Syed was convicted of murder, the very office that prosecuted him wants that thrown out. We continue our live team coverage this morning with Olivia Dance. Olivia, why is this happening now?
Well, Megan, the state's attorney says she started taking a fresh look at the evidence in this case a year ago, but now some critics are questioning her timing. 22 years ago, Adnan Syed was found guilty of strangling his girlfriend to death, but in a motion filed just yesterday, the state's attorney's office asked a judge to vacate his conviction, and now some prosecutors are questioning the evidence that put him in jail for life.
The fact that they have been able to uncover 2 potential suspects, the fact that technology has aged so much that we now know that some of the cell phone data may have been unreliable, that the state relied heavily upon at trial. This is a stark contrast from the confidence that the state had in the case initially.
The state's attorney's office saying they've identified 2 unnamed suspects. They question the phone records used to convict Syed, and advanced DNA testing hasn't pointed to him either. However, the motion was filed just hours before a jury was set to be selected in state's attorney Marilyn Mosby's federal perjury trial. Sean Kennedy from the Maryland Public Policy Institute questioning that timing.
She's had 8 years to review this case, and now she finds compelling evidence after she's been booted from office and after the federal court is going forward with her trial. It's not a coincidence that Marilyn Mosby is doing something that's in her best interest.
You may remember 4 years ago, Maryland's highest court refused to give Syed a new trial. 1 year later, the U.S. Supreme Court rejected a new trial, too. But the state's attorney says she isn't convinced that Syed is innocent, but that these findings call for a new trial, and she's demanding he be set free. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Olivia. And remember, you can get Fox 45 News in a flash through your Amazon Alexa or Echo. We now deliver your local headlines and your forecast in less than 2 minutes. If you have an Amazon device, just tell it to enable Fox 45 Baltimore. A Ravens player or wedding crasher, the surprising letter one player received from some big fans. And your chance to win free tickets to see the Wheel of Fortune live is coming up soon. Stay with Fox 45 News all morning. Be ready to call when we give you the cue. Time now 8:42. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News. All local, all morning. 8:45, and now to what's trending with the Ravens. On a whim, a couple in Frederick County sends an invite to their wedding to cornerback Marlon Humphrey. And guess what? He RSVP'd yes. Nick and Kylie are planning for an October wedding, and they bought too many invites, so they decided to just send one to a Raven. Well, Humphrey posted to his Instagram story on Tuesday with a picture of the invite with a caption saying, "Not sure who this is that invited me to this wedding, but I'm coming."
I don't think any of the guests really know yet.
Our families do.
Yeah.
They're also, Ravens are their team, so they are elated to even know that he acknowledged the receipt of the invitation. But it would truly make our day that much more special.
I know he's got some style too, so I would expect him to show up dressed to the nines.
So here's the deal. The Ravens are on the road in Tampa for Thursday night football the day before the wedding. So we'll see if Marlon is a man of his word. If he does end up attending Nick and Kylie's special day, we think he should sit right next to Grandma. Be a good spot for him. Well, trending now, one of Maryland's rising stars is taking his winning ways from the court to the field. We're talking about tennis star Frances Tiafoe, fresh off a run to the U.S. Open semifinals, the deepest he's ever made it in a Grand Slam. He was invited to the Terps football game on Saturday. The team tweeting images of a special jersey in his honor. Look at that. He describes it as so fire. He is a Hyattsville native and also a close friend of head coach Mike Loxley. Speaking of college football, you can catch many games this weekend right here on Fox 45 at 10 a.m. There's going to be a Big Ten kickoff followed by Oklahoma at Nebraska. That's happening at noon. BYU at Oregon starting at 3:30. We've got Toledo at Ohio State at 7 p.m. and then finishing out the night with Fresno State at USC. Keep forgetting they're in the Big Ten. That's happening at 10:30 p.m. It's hard to remember USC in the Big Ten.
Well, not yet.
Coming. Oh, that's right. It doesn't start this year.
Yeah, it doesn't start this year, but still cool to see all of those great games, Meg. And also, by the way, your Terps are going to be playing. Not your Terps, but the Terps here at home on 7:30 Saturday night. SMU, they're playing Tom's team.
That's right.
SMU. But big news is next week they play Michigan. That's going to be right here on Fox 45
That's a good game.
at noon. Yeah,
that's a really good game. I'm rooting for Maryland there, but my Penn State Nittany Lions are playing Auburn this week.
Oh, there you go. That'd be a tough matchup. Yeah, SEC. Yeah. All right. So we'll see. Love that we're talking football, baseball as well. The O's are 4 games out with 20 games left. They swept the Nats, so they are back at home starting Monday next week. But this weekend they're in Toronto. And, of course, your Ravens have their home opener coming up on Sunday. In fact, Tua Tagovailoa, I hope I said that right. I messed it up. Anyway, Tua, the quarterback for the Dolphins, of course, the brother of our quarterback for the Maryland Terps. So it'll be kind of a reunion this weekend. All right, here we go. Captain's Cast, ahoy. Boaters and watermen, 9 a.m., upper 60s, mid 70s by noon, and a little north wind at about 10 to 15 knots, gusting to 20 later this afternoon. That high tide at 10:42 and low tide back out at 4:57. Overall, a great day to be out there on the water. Topping out right about 80 for our high this afternoon. Sunny skies, dry air in place, and our sun will be up until 7:15 tonight. Those daylight hours are shrinking because next Thursday, the autumnal equinox. Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, though, this upcoming weekend looks great to hang by the pool. We're talking about those numbers that will rise back to the mid-80s by Saturday, so you're going to see those numbers climb. Low to mid-70s here for the Hereford zone over to Westminster in your town. Eldersburg at 74 in Carroll County, 77 in Towson, 76 in Perry Hall and White Marsh for the afternoon. And numbers up and down the 95 corridor stay in the upper 70s and lower 80s for D.C. and Baltimore up into Philly, 74 heading down the ocean there in Ocean City. Great day to fly, pilots. A little northerly wind at about 10 to 15 to 20 miles an hour, especially this afternoon. But overall, visual flight rules, so nothing to get in your way out there in terms of cloud cover. Here's a look at that future scan. You can see just how dry we are. We're not tracking any rain for quite some time. So we've got a nice dry stretch, especially with how soggy we were over this past weekend. As I mentioned, 7 days until the fall equinox, 46 days out until Halloween. That's coming up. And then, of course, Veterans Day, Thanksgiving, Christmas, all of the holidays are right around the corner. We know when we get into fall, it starts to be that kind of holiday fast forward season. All right, lower 80s today and tomorrow on your 7-day forecast, mid 80s Saturday. It is going to be warm for the Ravens game on Sunday, so tailgating should be great. Again, Sunday afternoon, you want to stay hydrated because we'll see that high close to 90 degrees as the Dolphins are in town, and staying in the 90s on Monday for your afternoon high as well. Time to take a look at a view through your window. This is a beautiful shot from Tamara, and this is the garden, or her garden, after the rain. So a very pretty shot there, Tamara. Thank you so much for posting that. We'd love to see the view through your window. Go to foxbaltimore.com/chime in or take a picture of that code right there on your screen. And meteorologist Jasmine Lomax stepping in the 9 o'clock hour to continue our Weather Authority forecast. Back to you.
All right, now is your chance to win 4 tickets to the Wheel of Fortune live show on September 25th at the Live Casino in Hanover. The 10th caller right now will win. Call the number on your screen, 410-481-4545, and good luck. The Maryland Zoo in Baltimore is welcoming 2 new adorable residents. The zoo tweeting the arrival of 2 female calves this weekend. Look at that. These are the first calves to be sired by Bo, the zoo's adult male, who was specifically selected to be part of this breeding program. Sitatungas are marsh-dwelling antelopes. They're native to Central Africa. You can see the now 12-animal-strong herd along the boardwalk there and in the zoo's African journey. Very cute. A Pennsylvania woman turns 96 years young and celebrates it at her favorite place, the gym. Cecilia is dancing her way into her 96th year. Love the name. The Westchester resident says she gets energized by visiting her local gym, partly due to the strong connections that she's made while working out there.
I just watch her feet and then the rest goes with it.
It brings her to life. She just comes to life when she's around people.
Oh, I knew that was her daughter. They look so much alike, and it looks like they're having fun. Cecilia exercises every day. She even teaches her own class at the ACAC Fitness and Wellness Center. Happy birthday to her. Fall is coming, so it's the perfect time to check out this year's Fall Harvest Festival. Still to come this morning, what you can do while heading out to Stepping Stone Farm Museum. And are you waiting longer to get your morning PSL? As people return to work, it's actually a good thing. How coffee shops are bouncing back to pre-pandemic levels. And right on cue, we're taking a coffee break. It's 8:56 in your morning business report. Netflix is reporting views of The Crown have surged following the death of Queen Elizabeth. The company says viewership of season 1 of the award-winning series has skyrocketed, pushing it into the company's top 10 streamed shows. The show's producers have paused production on the show's 6th season and final season as a sign of respect. The parent companies of Google and Facebook are being hit with more than $70 million in fines by South Korean regulators. It's all over alleged digital privacy violations. Regulators accusing the companies of collecting and using personal information without users' consent for advertising and other purposes. Both companies deny the allegations. Twitter shareholders have approved Elon Musk's $44 billion takeover bid just weeks before the company's trial against Musk to force the sale. That's according to the Wall Street Journal. The billionaire made the offer back in April before alleging Twitter's user base was made up of more bot accounts than the company claimed. Amazon is raising pay and benefits for its delivery partners. The company started the Delivery Service Partners Network 4 years ago to encourage entrepreneurs to start their own fleet of drivers. Other benefits include more than $5,000 a year for drivers to pay for educational programs and support for a 401k investment plan for drivers. The announcement comes as Amazon starts hiring for the holiday season. And some good news for coffee shops. As more workers head back to the office, business is bouncing back and is nearing pre-pandemic levels. Reuters says sales by branded coffee shops in the U.S. increased 10% in the year ending this June. Tired of wasting time looking for your phone or your keys? Genevieve Gorder is here with a simple solution in today's America Steals and Deals.
The following segment is sponsored by Knocking.
You guys, what are two things you lose the most? It's your keys and it's your phone. And it's so frustrating. I know this because I spend hours every day looking for these items. So listen up. You don't want to miss this buy one, get one exclusive deal on the Key Smart Pro. Now, the Key Smart Pro organizes up to 14 keys in one little device. Literally every guy on the set has one in his pocket right now. And as we were setting up this display, people were actually trying to take them. So my advice is buy this now for everyone you love because they're not going to last. It takes all those keys in the drawer, the bottom of your purse, and puts them right into one little thing, and it connects to a free app. So if you lose your keys, you press the button on the app. You lose your phone, you press the button on the keychain. Even if your phone is on silent, you can find it. It's a win-win. They find each other, guys. You know how many hours this saves us? For me, like probably 6 hours a day. I bet you have someone in your life that needs one of these. My family literally impersonates me by putting on a pair of sunglasses and saying, "Where's my phone? Where's my keys?" And now with this buy one, get one free deal, it's the perfect time to get one for you, someone you love, in all of these great colors. Remember, this is a buy one, get one free. Do not wait. Go to asadeals.com.
If I could curse, I'd tell you it was all bull.
Our top story this morning, Marilyn Mosby's legal team steaming after another delay of her trial. Why the judge says it was the only reasonable option.
Tentative agreement has been reached, which means no rail strike tomorrow. Still ahead this morning, we're live at a local station with commuters' reactions.
And West Baltimore residents still struggling to trust their water. The move City Council is taking to hold DPW accountable. Fox 45 News at 9 starts now.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore.
Yeah, 9 o'clock. My
We
goodness,
did it.
on a Thursday, September 15th. I stepped outside just a little while ago, and I'm like, it still is summer. It's cool, it's crisp, but I mean, Mark Clark out there at Shaw's Orchards, it makes sense because you're like, it's a little bit cooler, but it's still summer.
Not bad. I saw the kids leaving the house on the security camera here without their jackets today, so indication it was a little better, or they're going to be cold at the bus stop.
Or they forgot them last night at school when they, with the layers this time of year.
Very possible.
Yeah.
My husband does his best. He's doing what he can out there.
Keeping them going. All right, let's find out exactly what the weather is. Meteorologist Jasmine Lomax here with the forecast.
Should they have had their jackets, Jasmine?
I mean, personally, I walked outside with my jacket on, but I get cold easily, but you're not going to need them. By the afternoon, it's going to be perfect outside. We're talking temperatures not too hot, but not too cool, as they mentioned. Right now, we're sitting at 71 with plenty of sunshine. Feels like 72 with variable winds around 7 miles per hour, and temperatures across the state in the 50s and in the 60s, 70s. Really not too bad at this time, but those numbers will continue to increase as we head into the afternoon. So for those who do like these cooler temperatures, we're talking highs in the upper 70s, the low 80s, but those numbers will start to cool down overnight. So again, tomorrow morning you may need the jackets, but we're actually talking a summer-like warm-up coming up. I'll break down just how hot it gets in my full forecast. Back to you.
All right, thank you, Jasmine. Let's take a look now at your Lens Solar Traffic Network. Can you see some drive times there in the yellow? The main issue, we have an incident, 695 outer loop right near Wilkins Avenue, the outer loop there, and multiple vehicles involved there, so that's going to slow you down. Looks like it gave a delay in the other way, too, because inner and outer loop are slow there.
It's 9:01 and topping your national news headlines. Early this morning, a rail strike was averted, at least for now.
Yeah, after more than 20 hours of in-person negotiations at the Labor Department, freight rail companies and labor unions reaching a tentative deal that will keep the trains running.
National correspondent Atra El-Nashar live with how this all came together. Some breaking news here this morning. Atra.
Hey, good morning, Tom and Megan. So around 5 a.m. here in Washington, President Biden announced this tentative agreement that has been months in the making, but really came down to the events of the last 24 hours. Representatives of rail companies and unions met actually just across the street from where I am at the Labor Department with Biden administration officials well into the early morning hours. And as we reported yesterday, a strike would have been devastating, plain and simple, for supply chains, not to mention commuters, and would have delivered a major blow to the economy, which of course is already weighed down by inflation. So what happens now? Well, the unions will vote on whether to ratify this tentative agreement. And as part of this deal that was brokered overnight, there is now another cooling off period. And that is crucial because that means that there will not be an immediate rail shutdown if for some reason there is a hiccup in this ratification process. Now, unlike many strikes and contract negotiations, this dispute was not about money. It wasn't about pay. Workers were demanding and still are demanding less burdensome scheduling. You would hear stories about people being on call 7 days a week. And the Washington Post was the first to report earlier this morning that this agreement does give workers the ability to take sick days or attend medical appointments without being disciplined, and they also get more time off.
All right, well, Atra, the Senate just got closer to approving a major security assistance package for Taiwan. So what are the details and what will change about the current U.S.-Taiwan policies?
Right, which, as we know, has some strategic ambiguity that has been frustrating to some here in Washington, given the recent escalation in tensions. So what we just saw happen overnight was the Senate Foreign Relations Committee approving legislation that's designed to strengthen Taiwanese security and deter Chinese aggression. And this move comes at a time, again, when relations between the U.S. and China, and certainly China and Taiwan, are especially tense. In fact, as we speak, Chinese President Xi Jinping and Russian President Vladimir Putin are meeting now in Uzbekistan, troubling for anyone who does not want these authoritarian leaders to get closer in their already cozy alliance. Now, head of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, Senator Bob Menendez, told reporters that this bill makes American support for Taiwan very clear at a time when Taiwan needs it. So if passed, nearly $4.5 billion in security assistance would be dispersed over the next 4 years. It would also, and this is important, designate Taiwan as a major non-NATO ally, and that would give them access to more foreign assistance. So now the bill goes to the full Senate, but it's not clear yet when the full chamber will vote.
Atra El-Nashar, thank you, our national correspondent from D.C. We appreciate it.
Thanks. Do you consider yourself to be woke? 25% of voters for today's number of the day do. Nearly 2/5 do not define themselves that way. The Scott Rasmussen National Survey finds 23% have never even heard of the term.
Our top story this morning, City State's Attorney Marilyn Mosby's federal trial delayed again.
The move comes as jury selection was slated to begin today. After Mosby's defense team missed the deadline to declare expert witnesses, federal prosecutors successfully argued they did not have enough time to find their own experts. The charges surround the pandemic's impact on Mosby's travel business, which she says allowed her to withdraw money from her retirement account early without penalty. Defense attorney A. Scott Bowden furious, saying Mosby has been living with the indictment long enough.
I've talked about the business before, and the government has amnesia about it now. So in the interest of justice, Her Honor indicated that there were going to be a continuance. There was going to be a continuance. We vehemently opposed it. We're ready to go. And lastly, let's not forget my client is innocent as she stands here.
Well, the trial was originally scheduled for May, but earlier this spring, Mosby's defense asked for a delay.
The prosecution and defense will now be back in court tomorrow, or actually today, to figure out a new timeline. Mackenzie Frost is going to be following those developments. We're going to have the latest on air and online at foxbaltimore.com.
Continuing coverage this morning, Baltimore City Council pushing for answers today following last week's E. coli contamination.
The hearing will dig to the bottom of how city leaders and DPW responded to the water crisis.
Well, right now, there are residents who say they still don't trust the water that's coming from their faucet.
Shannon Lilly joining us live this morning downtown with more on testing happening in that area. Shannon.
The level of concern runs deep for many of these residents. And as you mentioned, City Council will be addressing that concern with their hearing today into DPW and their handling of this water crisis. In the meantime, we are also taking matters into our own hands because many people in the Harlem Park neighborhood still don't want to drink the water.
I would like for the mayor to drink this water. And if he can come over and have a glass of water with me.
Yeah, that's Denise Knight that we first introduced you to earlier this week. Well, now peace of mind could be coming to her and her neighbors. Fox 45 News reached out to several Maryland Department of Environment approved water testing laboratories to test Knight's water. Atlantic Blue Water Services was one of the companies selected to do the job. Ned Van Allen, an EPA certified water sampler and certified water specialist, details how this sample will be taken.
We'll go in, turn on the faucet, right? I'm going to test for chlorine to see if we have chlorine running through the house, right? Because I always start there. Then we'll take the sample bottle. I'll put gloves on. We'll grab the sample. I'll seal it, put it on ice, and take it directly to the lab.
And those specialists plan to take those samples from Knight's home today. Of course, our teams plan to be there, and we will follow up with those results. In the meantime, City Council's hearing starts at 1 p.m. Reporting in downtown Baltimore, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News.
Thanks, Shannon. 9:08. It is so Baltimore. The fall season is just around the corner, and right now's the best time to harvest fresh fruits.
Yeah, so how do you do that? Well, Mark Clark is out at Shaw Orchards helping you set up what you can pick, how you can get some fresh fruit. So what do you have for us now? Last time we had apples, we had pumpkins. What are you working on now, Mark?
Well, Tom, I have the queen of the orchard is here, Jana. And so, Jana, this is where we start, the market.
That's right, yes. When people come here, they get to purchase things right from the stand. Farm fresh apples, we got about 7 different varieties that we're picking and selling right now.
Okay, and so you say people can start here. They start and probably finish here.
That's right.
They start with the market. They look through all the wonderful stuff. They may buy stuff, put it in the car, and then head out to pick their apples, pick their pumpkins.
Right.
And then, boom, they come back because they're like, oh my God, this is such a great experience. Let me see what else I can get.
Sure.
And so you got the fruits and you got the vegetables over here.
Absolutely. When you come inside, we've got all kinds of jams and jellies and local products that we like to highlight. So fruit butters, dressings, applesauce, syrups, lots of things that are made locally.
And Janet, what I love about it, you were saying that you guys get the fresh peaches. You have the fresh peaches, and you take this to someone locally, and they actually process them, and it comes to pow!
Yep, that's right. We just finished up a really great peach season, and these are awesome in the can all winter long. You can enjoy them.
So I'm talking about fresh.
Absolutely.
And again, the queen just asked for a Shanna, and she can. You'll find her here. This is her and Barron's home. So.
Monday through Friday, 8 to 6, and Saturdays, 8 to 5.
And what is it, ShawOrchards.com?
ShawOrchards.com, also on Facebook.
Awesome. And Tom has been out here many times before.
That's right.
He knows everything, including about the smoked apple, which they don't have, Tom, by the way.
I know
he
they
lives
don't
right
have
down
it.
the road.
It's a good thing, maybe. Have you tried anything,
And
Mark?
this weekend you can pick Crimson Crisp and Holiday apples.
Well, I've tried the apples, and I actually tried this right here. Let me tell you something. Next level, Megan. Yeah. Next level.
That looks good. Mark, thank you. And this is the time. It's feeling like fall now. We're ready.
Apple cider donuts,
Oh,
apple
yeah.
cider.
All
If you'd
of
like
that.
some more information about how you can hang out and pick your own at Shaw Orchards, head over to our website, foxbaltimore.com/newslinks.
A big development in the Adnan Syed case. Still ahead this morning, the evidence the city state's attorney's office now has that led to the request to overturn his conviction.
And racing to give the gift of life. Next this morning, former Ravens executive sharing how he saved his friend's life and how he says it's easy, you can save other lives too. 9/11, you're watching Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore. (9:14), an incredible story of friendship and survival. Former Baltimore Ravens team president joins us this morning to share his story of how he saved a friend's life and the opportunity for you to help others. Dick Cash joining us this morning to share more about this story. Good morning, Dick.
Good morning.
Okay, so you donate a kidney right here to your friend. How in the world did you find out how that happened? And then what does your friend now owe you?
Well, he always pays for dinner when we get together.
There you go.
He's a good friend. 16 years ago, he was in need of a kidney. I donated it. He's doing incredibly well. I'm doing incredibly well. So it was a great success.
Yeah, what a great partnership right there. How easy, though, is it to find out if you can be a donor, and how many people are waiting on the list?
Well, right now in Maryland, there's 2,500 Marylanders waiting for a transplant, either a kidney transplant or a tissue or a liver transplant of some sort. And the source of transplant organs really are either living donors, such as myself, or deceased donors. And I'm a living donor, and I'm doing extremely well. Most transplants are done with deceased donors. And you can register to be a deceased donor by going online, reading about it, and then registering with Motor Vehicle Administration, either in person or online. It's really an opportunity to give another person a second chance at life. So I urge all of your listeners to really go online, read about it, and see if it makes sense to them.
Yeah, Dick, I know that, it's really easy to do that, and not only helping that one person's life, but their family and their friends around them, too, because they get to share those moments for the rest of their lives, too. You also have a fundraiser coming up, 1K and a 5K event. Can you tell us about that?
Yes, that's coming this Saturday, September 17. It'll be at the Camden Yard Sports Complex. It's called the Donate Life Fun Run. There's a 1K and a 5K, 7 a.m. to noon.
Yeah.
You can free parking at lots BC at the stadium complex, and the start and finish line is on Ravens Walk. And it's just a great opportunity for a community, the donor community, to come together and have fun, celebrate life, think about second chances, and really celebrate the generosity, particularly of deceased donors and their families.
Yeah, the generosity from those families, also the living donors like yourself, too. One question for you. When you're out there running the 5K, you going to be wearing your Super Bowl ring?
No, don't do that. That's too heavy. You got to be light. I'm happy just to be able to finish it.
That's incredible. Yeah, you're retired, quote unquote, from the Ravens, and I'm sure you're still a big asset over there, too, and doing things out in the community. Thank you so much for giving us just a couple minutes of your time.
Thank you for having me. Take care.
Dick Cass, all right.
That's awesome.
Yeah. Yeah, all right, well, let's find out exactly. He's got a run coming up this weekend, this Saturday. Great way to get out there and donate and help others.
Meteorologist Jasmine Lomax to let us know how it's going to be feeling.
We've got more gorgeous weather on the way. Today we've got a great day, and this lasts us into the weekend, but I know many people are waiting on the warmer temperatures, the summer-like feel, and we do have that coming our way too. That's next week. Right now we sit at 71, and we're off to a gorgeous start to the morning with plenty of sunshine over the harbor. Winds are around 7 miles per hour. It feels like 72, but really not too humid at this time. Across the state, we're seeing temperatures in the 50s, 60s, and the 70s. These numbers will continue to rise as we head into the afternoon, and that's going to send us into the upper 70s and the low 80s. We'll have plenty of sunshine throughout the day, so really a great day to spend some time outside and maybe go for a walk or run. Notice where our dew points are. We're right in between that pleasant and comfortable range. Tomorrow feels pretty pleasant too, but then heading into the weekend, it does start to feel a little more sticky. Not only that, but we're also talking rising temperatures and the start of a warm-up. As we head into the afternoon, around lunchtime, it looks great for eating outside with temperatures in the 70s. We'll have mostly sunny skies. Then as we make our way into the afternoon, still keeping those sunny skies, it looks great outside with highs in the 70s and 80s. As we continue overnight, we remain quiet and clear. We're off to another great start tomorrow morning. We keep the sunshine heading into the afternoon, so really the next few days are going to be nice and quiet. We'll have lots of sunshine and really just a great forecast. Meanwhile, we're keeping watch on the Atlantic Basin and keeping an eye on Fiona, that system, a tropical storm with winds around 50 miles per hour. Now, we are looking at that system moving towards some of the Caribbean islands. Now, after that, it does start to make a turn toward the north. We'll have to watch as that cone continues to widen. We'll have to watch where that tracks, but make sure that you are staying weather alert. We're still very active in hurricane season. Today, though, we remain nice and quiet here. 80 for the high temperature and absolutely gorgeous outside. Take advantage of this nice weather and the low humidity because we do have the warming temperatures and that increase in humidity as we head into the weekend. 82 for Friday with plenty of sunshine. Then we're in the mid-80s on Saturday. For the Ravens home opener, 89. So it is going to be a warm day. Make sure that you're practicing heat safety and staying hydrated. 90 on Monday, so we're not done with the 90s just yet. After that, our temperatures gradually start to drop as we get closer to fall. Back to you.
All right, Jasmine, thank you to the Len Stoller Traffic Network here this morning. It's been slow over the last hour here. Let's see how things are shaping up right now. We have some live cameras pulled up here this morning, and not terrible, but that upper left-hand camera there, you can see we've got really some stop and go there. 695 there at Green Spring. Give yourself some extra time. Things improving, but still not great out there on the Beltway.
Inflation could impact how voters choose when they head to the polls. What Democrats think could help them during the midterm elections.
And calling all fall lovers, do we have an event for you? We do. After the break, we're learning more about the Fall Harvest Festival at Stepping Stone Farm Museum. 9:20 on Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
Fox 45 News, winner of 17 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
It's 9:23. Looking ahead, the air is brisk. It's getting cooler. Autumn begins next week. It's the perfect time to head out to Stepping Stone Farm Museum's Fall Harvest Festival.
That's right. Executive Director for Stepping Stone Museum, Haley Strong, joining us this morning to talk more about this lovely event and talk about the Fall Harvest Festival that's taking place.
So our Fall Harvest Festival is our annual event. It's September 24th and 25th this year. And we have kids activities, adults activities. It's just a whole fun weekend for our families.
Where are you guys located?
We are in the Susquehanna State Park in outside of Havre de Grace in Harford County, right off the 95 corridor.
And Stepping Stone Farm Museum, I mean, you guys have been around for a long time.
Yes.
They talk about stepping back into history when you go to the farm, right?
Yes, yes. So we kind of started in the late 60s and we went to our current property in 1979.
Which is pretty cool because there's lots of stuff to see here from history, including this. I right away said, what is this on the table here?
You can actually pick it up. So this is actually a wooden plane. We actually have probably, I would guesstimate, 2,000 of them in archives. This is what used to make your trim for your houses back in the day before there was all the machine and equipment. A carpenter would actually run this across a wood and make that fancy trim that you see throughout your house.
Handmade.
Handmade.
Perfect.
Yep. Yeah.
Now, obviously an event for the whole family. What sort of kids activities do you guys have?
So we have a hayride, pumpkin painting.
Hence Justin's sticker right here.
Even though I haven't, well, we'll talk about that in a minute.
And then we also have scarecrow making. We have kids games throughout. We do pumpkin tic-tac-toe and checkers. And then we have a hay bale maze along with kids games. And then they can go through all of our 23 buildings and see different docents and talk about different history.
That's what the sticker is. It says, I survived the hay maze even though I didn't. I just picked up the sticker, but it's pretty cool because it says I escaped the hay maze, and the kids can get these stickers if they get through it, right?
Yes.
It's just a fun time.
Okay, good.
It's great to get out and enjoy this, but this is all going to help support the Farm Museum.
Yep. So the Farm Museum is a registered 501c3. We're a nonprofit, so this is our large fundraiser for the year. So we see about 15,000 adults. But yeah, it all goes back to our nonprofit to support the Royal Heritage of Harford County.
Amazing.
Harford County, you're up there on the Susquehanna River. Talk about how people can get more information. I looked up some stuff. I found you guys on Facebook and as well, but you have your website.
Yep, we have our website. It's steppingstonefarmmuseum.org, and I'll actually link you to our Facebook page, which has posts coming out every day about what's going on for the event.
Perfect.
Doesn't it just smell like fall over here?
It does. I smell the moms, and I'm looking, I was thinking about bringing the kids and honey, sweet treats. You've got all of that covered,
We have, we're actually selling apples, mom's apple cider. There will be an apple cider pressing demonstration, old time. The kids can participate that. And then we actually will have the Susquehanna beekeepers there. They harvest honey from the property. So we'll actually be selling our honey in our gift shop.
Very cool. Haley, thanks so much for being here. Can I take the sticker?
Yes, you can.
Okay.
As long as you give me one.
I'll give you one,
Thank
Maggie.
you.
You can put one too. Okay. Thank you very much for being here. We appreciate it.
Tom, we'll try to save one for you.
Just a bunch of big kids at heart. Yeah. Marilyn Mosby's federal trial delayed again. Still ahead why the judge said they had to delay it this time. A tentative deal in the works avoiding a train workers' strike. Still ahead this morning, new response from the Association of American Railroads. 9:26, you're watching Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore.
Right now? Yeah.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome back to Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore, September 15th. I'm Megan Gillen.
I'm Tom Rogers. This literally just in, Associated Press, Roger Federer says he's retiring from tennis.
Wow.
Boom. Must be true. It's on AP.
Interesting. All right, we'll see if we can get more on that. Might be a nice time to get outside and play some tennis
You
today.
should, yes. In fact, this morning, nice and crisp. Yeah, not bad at all. In fact, we have meteorologist Jasmine Lomax looking at the forecast, and tennis worthy?
Oh, absolutely. This is perfect tennis weather. It's not too hot. We've got nice and low humidity, so really great for getting outside and maybe getting some exercise in. 71 for the current temperature with plenty of sunshine over Baltimore. Winds are variable around 7 miles, so just a light breeze right now. It's pretty quiet also around the region. Notice we are one of the high spots at 71. We see the mid-70s as we look toward Virginia and the few spots in the 50s toward our west. But overall, very nice and will be pretty seasonable today. We're looking at a high of around 80, and for September 15th, that's actually our average temperature. But we are looking at the return of summer heat next week. I'll let you know just how hot it gets and how long the heat sticks around coming up in my Weather Authority forecast. Back to you.
All right, thank you, Jasmine. And taking a look at your lens solar traffic network in the area, cameras here looking pretty good. No major issues around the Baltimore region as the volume's starting to dissipate.
9:30, City State's Attorney Marilyn Mosby's federal trial is being delayed once again. And now the prosecution and defense are expected back in court today.
Now, Mosby is facing 2 counts of perjury, 2 counts of making false statements on loan applications.
Shannon Lilly joining us from the federal courthouse with what we could find out today. Shannon.
Yeah, today federal prosecutors and Mosby's defense will be right back here where they started working on a new timeline for this case that's already been pushed back before. In fact, today, jury selection was supposed to start right here at the federal courthouse for the trial that was supposed to start next week. But that is no longer the case because a judge here ruled that the trial should be delayed after Mosby's defense team missed the deadline to declare expert witnesses. So federal prosecutors were able to successfully argue that they did not have enough time to find their own experts because of that missed deadline. Meanwhile, the charges surround the pandemic's impact on Mosby's travel business, which she says allowed her to withdraw money from her retirement account early without penalty. Her defense attorney, A. Scott Bolden, though, speaking after the hearing, and he is furious about this delay, saying Marilyn Mosby has been living with this indictment long enough.
I've talked about the business before, and the government has amnesia about it now. So, in the interest of justice, Her Honor indicated that there was going to be a continuance. We vehemently opposed it. We're ready to go. And lastly, let's not forget my client is innocent as she stands here.
Well, you'll remember the trial was originally scheduled for April, but earlier this spring, the defense asked for a delay. So again, this is not the first time that it's been pushed back. But we do know that court will reconvene at 2 p.m. today to try to figure out a new timeline for this case. Reporting from the federal courthouse, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News.
Shannon, well, these are the charges that Baltimore City State's Attorney Marilyn Mosby is facing.
Yeah, count 1 right here, perjury. Now, federal prosecutors say Mosby lied when she requested $40,000 from her City of Baltimore employee retirement account, claiming it was due to financial hardship from COVID pandemic. You can see she checked this box right here, and investigators say that's the issue of controversy, and that's why they're going to court. Now, count 2, false statement on loan application, that right here. Prosecutors alleging that Mosby signed an application for $490,500 for a mortgage on a Florida home, failing to disclose she owed significant amounts of backed federal taxes.
That brings us to count 3, perjury for another COVID-19 hardship withdrawal. This time, prosecutors say she checked that box again that you see right there and received $45,000 from her retirement account. The indictment claims that Mosby made more money in 2020 than she did in 2019. Then we've got count 4, a false statement on a loan application for another Florida home, this one in Longboat Key. Feds say that Mosby again failed to disclose the tax lien.
Mackenzie Frost will be back in court today and when the trial officially begins. We'll have the latest developments both live on air and online at foxbaltimore.com. The other big story from the city state's attorney's office: more than 20 years after Adnan Syed was convicted of murder, that very office that prosecuted him wants it thrown out. 22 years ago, Syed was found guilty of strangling his girlfriend to death, but in a motion filed just yesterday, the state's attorney's office asked a judge to vacate his conviction. Prosecutors now questioning the evidence that put him in prison for life.
The fact that they have been able to uncover 2 potential suspects, the fact that technology has aged so much that we now know that some of the cell phone data may have been unreliable, that the state relied heavily upon at trial. This is a stark contrast from the confidence that the state had in the case initially.
Now, the state's attorney's office saying that they have identified 2 unnamed suspects. They questioned the phone records used to convict Syed, and advanced DNA testing has not pointed to him either. However, the motion was filed just hours before a jury was set to be selected in City State's Attorney Marilyn Mosby's federal perjury trial. Sean Kennedy from the Maryland Public Policy Institute is questioning the timing.
She's had 8 years to review this case, and now she finds compelling evidence after she's been booted from office and after the federal court is going forward with her trial. It's not a coincidence that Marilyn Mosby is doing something that's in her best interest.
You may remember 4 years ago, Maryland's highest court refused to give Syed a new trial. 1 year later, the U.S. Supreme Court rejected a new trial as well. Although the state's attorney says she isn't convinced Syed is innocent, but that these findings call for a new trial and demand he be set free.
Now to a city in crisis. We're learning more about a double shooting in Harlem Park neighborhood. One person died in that shooting. Now, police responding to calls for shots fired along North Calhoun Street, just a block from Augusta Fells and the Harlem Park Rec Center. At about 7:30 last night, our cameras captured chaos, though. And watch this as a car drives through the crime scene tape, and one woman is yelling for her father. Take a look. You can hear the screams and the heartbreak and confusion here. Photojournalists rushing to get over to get a better look, and saw one person being restrained. We've learned one man was dead when first responders got to the scene. The other victim is in serious condition. At this point, there's no description of a gunman.
Elsewhere, in a city in crisis, Baltimore police releasing this image of a suspect they say is involved in the assault and killing of a Canton man in August. Call police if you recognize this person. The victim was 60-year-old Victor Malabalabas. Police say that he was assaulted in front of his home late one night and had his wallet stolen before the suspect fled. He died at the hospital 2 days later.
Remember, you can get
your Fox 45 news in a flash through your Amazon Alexa or Echo. We now deliver your local headlines and your forecast in less than 2 minutes. If you have an Amazon device, just tell it to enable Fox 45 Baltimore.
Here comes the bride and the cornerback. How a pair of Ravens superfans are bringing purple pride to their special day.
Mostly sunny again today with highs close to 80 degrees. Meteorologist Jasmine Lomax has a look at when we start heating back up again. 9:37, you're watching Fox 45's Good Day Baltimore. 9:40 new this morning. The White House confirming there is now a tentative agreement between labor unions and railway workers.
This is a big deal. According to an AP report that we just received, President Biden says a tentative railway labor agreement has been reached. And this, of course, averts that strike that would have impacted so many commuters.
Olivia Dance joining us live now from one of the stops, and she's spoken with some of the commuters out there this morning. So what did they have to say, Olivia?
Yeah, Tom and Megan, I just spoke with a commuter, and you'll hear from him in just a few minutes, but they're all very relieved. They're happy. This makes their day so much easier. We know so many people rely on the train to get to and from work. But as you just mentioned, that AP report that we received this morning, President Biden says that a tentative railway labor agreement has been reached, and this averts a strike that would have impacted so many commuters. But if the strike did happen this Friday, Mark's Camden and Brunswick lines in Baltimore would have immediately stopped service until a resolution was reached, but the commuters who use those lines to get to Washington, D.C. and other parts of Maryland would have been greatly impacted. And as I mentioned, this is great news for them.
I'm feeling a lot more relieved because, like I said, it's going to, help me not have to worry about rebudgeting and structuring my expenses and limiting the amount of time that I have to, spend restructuring my whole day. I have a certain time that I get up, go catch the train, and it's predictable versus having to say, like, okay, what time do I need to catch an Uber?
And for some background, earlier this week, the Maryland Transit Authority alerted passengers that an ongoing labor dispute between CSX Transportation and its unions could result in the strike. And we just received a statement from the Association of American Railroads, which in part says, quote, these new contracts provide rail employees a 24% wage increase during the 5-year period from 2020 through 2024, including an immediate payout on average of $11,000 upon ratification, end quote. But we know so many commuters rely on the train to get to and from work or just to beat all that Maryland traffic. So this is a huge relief for them. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
All right, Olivia, thank you. Starbucks lovers, listen up. The canned drink now being recalled.
It brings her to life. She just comes to life when she's around people.
You're never too old to party. Why this 96-year-old is celebrating her birthday at her favorite place. Can you guess it? You're watching Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore. 9:45 in your consumer news this Thursday morning. Will inflation impact this year's midterm elections? That's what a lot of lawmakers and candidates want to know, especially after a new consumer price index report shows high prices are holding steady.
Democrats focusing on legislation that they say will help, while Republicans, they're placing the blame on the president.
The Inflation Reduction Act is going to reduce prescription drug prices, health care prices, energy prices. There's a $300 billion down payment on reducing the deficit this year.
President Biden and House Democrats' reckless spending and failed far-left policies have plunged our economy into a recession.
Well, we might not be in a recession quite yet, but the inflation rate, now at 8.3%, is worse in pivotal voting areas, and that includes Phoenix, which is dealing with a 13% rate, or Atlanta, look at that, 11.7%. Miami is at 10.7%.
Democrats hoping to maintain Senate seats in Arizona, Georgia, and try and pick up one in Florida. Now, in your consumer news, PepsiCo is recalling a canned Starbucks drink over concerns that it may contain metal fragments.
That recall is for the 15-ounce vanilla espresso triple shot. I usually like those, too. More than 200 cases of the drink are being recalled. PepsiCo says there are no reports of reactions or illnesses related to the drink. The drink is distributed by PepsiCo and not tied to Starbucks restaurants.
TikTok will not commit to stop sending U.S. user data to China. TikTok's COO testifying before the Senate yesterday regarding the platform's corporate structure, but the executive constantly avoided telling lawmakers the company would stop sharing the U.S. users' data with China. TikTok has previously stated that Chinese employees don't have access to American users' information. However, TikTok says it transferred its U.S. user data to several cloud servers supervised by Oracle, and that it will ultimately delete it from its servers in Singapore and Virginia. 9:47. Whoa, there's a 9 times. 9 times. Yeah, sorry. Bueller. That's right. 9 times.
It's to that hour. Meteorologist Jasmine Lomax. It's so nice outside. You can't help but feel a little giddy.
Oh, it's just so nice. We've got nice fall-like weather, and it's going to stick around for a few more days. But really, today is a great day to get outside. It'll be warm, but not too hot. And we're also talking low humidity before summer-like heat returns next week. 71 for the current temperature with sunny skies over Baltimore and winds light right now around 7 miles per hour. Across the state, we're seeing those numbers in the 50s, the 60s, and the 70s. 72 in Cambridge, La Plata also at 72, and we still see those warmer numbers towards southern Maryland. Then we've got the 50s as we move toward western Maryland, but we're all looking at a nice warm-up heading into the afternoon. Temperatures will reach the upper 70s and the low 80s. That's actually close to average for this time of year. So again, great to get outside. The afternoon will be pleasant with plenty of sunshine. Then next week, we're actually talking summer-like heat returning to the area with highs close to the 90s. But throughout this period, we still keep the dry weather, so that extended dry spell continues. Notice as we head into the afternoon, we stay mostly sunny, and it looks great for eating outside during the afternoon. Then overnight and into tomorrow morning, we stay quiet and clear. We'll wake up to plenty of sunshine and temperatures in the 50s and 60s. We stay sunny as we head into the afternoon, so it looks like a great way to start the weekend. Temperatures, though, will heat up as we head into Saturday and then into the upcoming week. We're also keeping watch on Tropical Storm Fiona. That system is expected to continue to move toward the west before making a curve toward the north. We'll have to watch as that system continues to develop for what we could see. So as we continue today, 80 for the high, 82 and sunny tomorrow. Then we start to heat up, mid-80s on Saturday, 89 for Sunday in the Ravens home opener. Then temperatures stay in the upper 80s and low 90s heading into the middle of the week. Back to you.
All right, Jasmine, thank you. We want to move to what's trending with the Ravens. On a whim, there's a couple in Frederick County. They actually sent an invite to cornerback Marlon Humphrey to their wedding. And guess what? He RSVP'd. He's coming.
He says he's coming.
Yeah, he says he's coming. So do you think that Nick and Kylie, they're planning for the October wedding? Do you think they started something now? Do you think a lot of people are going to be sending invites now to Ravens players?
Probably.
Probably.
Exactly.
So,
I mean, it's happening here. He says he's going to it, so that's good.
He posted to Instagram. Look at this. He put the story on Tuesday with a picture of the invite. He put a caption on there saying, "Not sure who this is that invited me to this wedding, but I'm coming."
I don't think any of the guests really know yet.
Our families do.
Yeah.
They're also, I mean, Ravens are their team, so they are elated to even know that he acknowledged the receipt of the invitation. But I mean, it would truly make our day that much more special.
I know he's got some style too, so I would expect him to show up dressed to the nines.
So let's just talk logistics, by the way, too. So the Ravens are on the road in Tampa for Thursday night football the day before the wedding.
Right.
So is he going to be good on his word? Is he going to show up?
I mean, they'll get back Thursday night, right? Maybe they'll have Tom Brady on the plane, you know, bring him to the wedding, like you said on Friday. But Friday, you know, if it's a Friday, I'm guessing it's a Friday afternoon or evening wedding. Either way, plenty of time.
Yeah, he covered up the address and everything, which means, like, you know what? He's like, he knows where it is. He's not showing everybody, and boom, maybe showing up there. Wouldn't that be amazing if he starts walking in?
And you made mention of this will be a trend. Right away, our executive producer this morning said she invited the Obamas to her wedding and Mickey and Minnie Mouse because she heard that oftentimes they'll send you a congratulations.
Oh.
And they did.
They did? Both? Yeah, she got a presidential?
Really?
And also something from Mickey and Minnie. So I think people do that just to see if they get a response, not expecting anything.
Aren't we supposed to invite our boss to, like, our weddings and stuff?
Yeah.
I've been married for a while.
I did.
You did?
I did.
Yeah.
Did he come or
did they show up?
No. But they sent something very nice. It was out of town. It was not here.
Oh, okay. All right. So there you go.
Yeah. It was understandable. The Maryland Zoo in Baltimore is welcoming 2 adorable new residents. Ready for this?
Zoo tweeting out the arrival of 2 female Sitatunga calves this weekend. So these are the first calves to be sired by Bo.
All right, so that's the zoo's adult male who was specifically selected to be part of the breeding program. Not sure that is a competitive
How do you apply for that job?
I don't know. Sitatungas are marsh-dwelling antelopes. They're native to Central America.
Oh, yeah, and you can see the now 12-animal-strong herd along the boardwalk and in the zoo's African journey. So that's kind of cool.
Very cute.
All right, okay.
Well, there's a Pennsylvania woman, meantime, that's trending right now. She turned 96 years young, and she's celebrating it not with the little baby Sitatunga, but at her favorite place, the gym.
The gym, yeah. Or the dance studio. Cecilia.
I know that
You would
name.
know that one.
I know that name.
Jaworski is dancing her way into her 96th year right there. Look at her right there. The Westchester resident says she got energized by visiting her local gym, partly due to the strong connections that she's made while working out there all the time.
I just watch her feet and then the rest goes with it.
It brings her to life. She just comes to life when she's around people.
Well, Cecilia exercises every day, even teaches her own class at the ACAC Fitness and Wellness Center, too. So there's your teacher, too. My goodness. Keep moving, right? Just keep moving. Stay with Fox 45 Morning News. After the break, meteorologist Jasmine Lomax will have your exclusive 10-day forecast. 9:53 is your time.
It has been a gorgeous morning. Temperatures still in the 70s with lots of sunshine, and we're keeping that great weather as we head into the afternoon. So really a perfect day to spend some time outside. We've got that nice fall feel. High temperatures reach 80, and that's actually average for this time of year. Then it gets warmer. 82 and sunny tomorrow, mid 80s as we head into Saturday. 89 for the Ravens home opener, so it will be a hot one. Then we're looking at 90. After that, our temperatures gradually start to drop as we get close to fall.
I will say one thing. So Jasmine came in and she changed my warm on Monday to hot because she thinks 90 is hot and I think 90 is warm. So it's all subjective, right?
I think 85 is hot, so I definitely.
Your team winter.
Hot.
I was thinking you were excited for fall. You're ready for snow.
I am. I like fall, but I like snow
Why?
too.
Because you can always put more layers on, right? Is that the theory?
Exactly.
Yeah.
You get it.
Wise
Team
being right.
summer. Let's enjoy that 90.
Hey, Purple Friday tomorrow.
Purple Friday.
Purple Friday.
We're doing this?
We're doing it. Let's do
We'll
it.
see you back here then.